私が幸せじゃなかったら、満たされてなかったら、こんな物語は書けないよ。なのに、忘れてごめんね。
神様の声、空気力学、ギリギリの場所に立ち見上げる世界で生まれた言葉、空を埋め尽くすよ。さあ吐き出せ世界を作り直すんだ。空の青、水に変わり溺れる人々。光を求めてたどり着く先に、今もかけらのように揺れる。可能性求めあまた繰り返し、だけど信じているから、ずっとこの先もそれはホタルのように儚くても切なくても輝き続けたい。好きだけどまだ言えないの、わがままな恋心、目の前の運命の螺旋越えて、それでもすぐ飛び込んで抱きしめて、時の数だけいつまでも。桜舞う夜にもう一度夢を見よう。現実を脱ぎ捨て花になろう。遥かな風のささやき、耳を澄ませばパープルソフトウェア。Amatsutsumi.
Hello, and welcome back. Let's get started with today's read-through. Sate to. It took about 3 more hours of playing with the Neko before Hotaru was finally satisfied. So now that we finally arrived at the lake, the sun is about to set.
お待たせしてすみませんでした。
What do you mean it took 3 hours to do whatever they were... Anyway, she apologizes to me with a huge grin still on her face. Now that the sun's so low in the sky, she folded up her parasol, and I'm carrying it for her. No problem. Well, I didn't mind the wait. It was very interesting to watch.
猫のことだけでなく、いろいろとでしょうね。本当に失礼しました。
Really, that's fine. You're having fun, so I was too.
あら、嬉しいお言葉。
She chuckles. If I'd gone further and said I loved that side of her, I wonder how she would have reacted. But for some reason, I didn't say that. And yet, I feel like she guessed what I was thinking.
綺麗な夕日ですね。
She looks out over the lake.
例の告白のことなんですけど。
Huh? Oh, yes. I'm a little surprised. I expected her to take at least a few more days to come up with an answer for me.
返事をしないといけないんですよね。
There's no need to rush. I can wait.
でも、ホタルには。
Something seems to be nagging at her, but she trails off without saying it out loud. And if she doesn't feel like she can say whatever it is, I should respect that. I'll wait for her to continue. 10 seconds pass in silence before she finally opens her mouth again. What she says isn't at all what I expected.
今日は何曜日でしたっけ？
Huh? Not only is it unexpected, but it seems like such a run-of-the-mill question that I feel blindsided. Today's Thursday, isn't it?
そうですね。
Her shoulders slump as she nods.
こうしましょう。来週の月曜日に改めてホタルに告白してください。
Huh. Why? You want me to confess again? Isn't that the same thing as just waiting until Monday for your answer?
誠さんにとってはそうですが、私には別の意味があります。
What do you mean? Huh?
まあまあ、あまり気にしないでください。
Oh man, she looked to the right when she was saying that. This is getting even more incomprehensible than usual, and Hotaru seems well aware of that.
誠さんと一緒にテストをサボって日傘をプレゼントされて写真を撮ってもらって子猫と遊んでたくさん幸せなことがあったし
Why does she sound like she's going to die?
まあ私はこれでいいかなって。
What do you mean?
これ以上の思い出はもったいないし来週に撮っておこうってことです。月曜日のホタルを頑張って驚かせてみてくださいということですよ。
But what about the Hotaru on Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
告白するときはもっとロマンチックにムードもたっぷりな場所でお願いします。
Sure. I nod. I still think I'm missing something, but at least I can understand what she wants me to do. If only I could use my kotodama to figure out what she really meant. No, I don't need to rely on that right now. Hotaru, a lot of things have happened to me, too. I think that over the last few weeks, I've grown as a person, at least a little.
そうなんですか？
I'm not sure how to respond to that. But anyway, とにかく, what I'm trying to say is, if there's something troubling you, Hotaru, I want you to let me know. I tell her as straightforwardly as I know how. I'm sure I could have pretended not to notice that she was hiding something. Maybe that's even what I'm supposed to do, what a normal person would do. But there's one thing I've learned. It's that it's important to put your feelings into words. I know this might be presumptuous of me, but I'm sure there's something I can do for you, even if my kotodama power doesn't help. Because I love you.
あらまあ、
Her eyes widened.
ここまで予想通りとは。
Oh no, her eyes go to the right. Oh no, that expression in her face. Oh no. Perfectly?
人を動かすものは絶望ではなく希望や愛情ってことです。誰もが求めるものだからこそ誰 誰かを思う気持ちからはどうしても逃げられない。
After murmuring those words, she shakes her head from side to side, as if to free herself from something.
まあ、気にかけてくれてありがとうございます。そうですね。来週誠さんにご迷惑をかけることになるかもしれないんですけど、その覚悟はできました。だからこれが私の祝福。
She looks up at me and smiles with all her heart. This time, I really don't know what to say. Benediction. A prayer for someone's happiness. Shifkufu, or whatever. Well, normally Shifkufu is used for blessing, but like, I guess it's one and the same in this context. I feel the precious weight of the words sink into my body.
今週の私はもしかしたら臆病なホタルかもしれないけれど、
What do you mean this week's Hotaru? She closes her eyes and slowly nods, then opens them again. The light of the setting sun glints in her eyes.
それが希望になるかもしれないから。ありがとう、誠さん。
But what about the Hotaru on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? What happens to the Hotaru during those days? Nothing much happened during the rest of the week or on the weekend. Hotaru had made it clear that nothing was going to be decided about their relationship until next week, and the finals are still underway and would only finish on Monday. Since everyone was busy studying, it's not surprising that the days were uneventful. So I took the opportunity to ask Mana for some shoujo manga recommendations. Well, not necessarily. Romance manga is not the same as shoujo manga, but okay. To help me make by confession redo as romantic as possible. Everyone else has their nose buried in textbooks, and here I am cramming shoujo manga. Okay. Today is the fateful day, Monday. This is my last final, and as usual, I'm just sitting at my desk with my chin resting on my propped up hand. 2 more minutes left. 2 more minutes before finals are over at last. I can hardly believe how long it's felt. It's entirely my fault, but sitting here staring into space is incredibly boring. In contrast, the manga Mana lent me were all very interesting. I guess I'll start reading shoujo manga after this. And the bell finally rings. And instantly the sound returns to the school grounds. It's so sudden, I jump in my seat. What the? That was rough, man. I'm starving. All right, I just want to sleep. Shouts of joy, shouts of dismay. But even the sad voices are nice and loud. Jeez, it scared me. I put my hand on my chest where my heart is still thumping hard. But still, this is nice. I've missed this lively classroom atmosphere these past few days.
お疲れ様です、誠くん。
Huh? Kyoko? Didn't I mention that I'm using my kotodama to evade my finals?
ええ、そのせいでずっと暇そうにしてるなと思っていたので、お疲れ様です。
I guess I'm staring off in this space didn't go unnoticed.
なんだ、朝比奈はよそ見できるほどテスト余裕だったか。
Oichi steps away from a group of boys he was talking to and comes over to join our conversation.
なあ、これからファミレスとカラオケで打ち上げしようと思ってるんだけど、お前らはどうだ？
私は遠慮しておきます。
男だらけだから朝比奈はそうだよな。
I had something to do today, too, actually. It would have been nice to take him up on his invitation, but Hotaru specifically said Monday, so my reconfession takes priority.
そうか。
Thanks for inviting me, though.
あ、まあ夏休みになったら遊ぼうや。
He grins at us, and wanders off to join another group's conversation. When does Natsuyasumi start again?
今週いっぱいで学園は終わりですね。とはいえ、もうテストの返却くらいしかないので、気分的には夏休みです。誠くんの夏休みのご予定は？
There was talk of us all going to the Umi as a Kazoku, but we haven't made any concrete plans. So I'm basically free at this point. I guess I should start by figuring out what Natsuyasumi is supposed to feel like.
生まれて初めての夏休みですもんね。
Yeah, it's the first Natsu I haven't needed to spend out in the field, tending to crops. Demo.
でも
Kyoko cocks her head to the side. I run my hand along the surface of my desk. From how everyone is acting, I can see that Natsuyasumi must be a really fun time of the year. But I like school, so I do feel a little sad that I won't be able to come here for a while.
わかると思います。
A faint cute smile rises to her lips.
去年までの私は学園が苦手でしたが、今はここにいることが楽しいです。
That's great.
もし予定がないなら、夏休みには私とも遊びましょう。
Sure. You can feel free to call me on the Denwa at any time, and even just drop by the Kissaten to get some kocha whenever you like.
すっかりあのお店の看板息子ですね。あれ？
Kyoko looks around the room curiously.
そういえば、マナちゃんの姿をしばらく見ていませんね。
Since finals are over now, her kotodama telling people to ignore her must have worn off. Oh, she's just been very quiet recently. You probably didn't notice her, that's all.
そうですかね。
She keeps looking around, trying to see if Mana is somewhere in the classroom. I can't exactly spill the beans and tell her that Mana skipped school for practically the entire finals period. My ketai buzzes in my pocket. Amele.
どなたですか？
Kokoro. Let's see. She says, let's go home together.
いいですね。では、私はこれで。
Don't you want to come with us, Kyoko? Kyoko chuckles.
ありがたいお誘いですけど、クラスの女の子にお昼を食べようって誘われているんです。
Thank God she has friends. Sokka. I thought Koichi was being nice to Kyoko by inviting her to join him, but maybe she was the one being considerate by not telling him about her other engagement. Have fun.
はい。
Our homeroom teacher arrives in the classroom. And once homeroom ends, that's the real end of the school day. Five minutes later, I'm putting on my shoes at the entrance to the building and walking out to the gate. All the way from the classroom, the halls and foyers have been packed with smiling and laughing students. I start to wonder whether I'll be able to find Kokoro in the crowd, but I needn't have worried.
兄さん！
Hearing her voice, I turn to see her running towards me. Hotaru is with her.
テストが終わりました。マスター！
They both throw their arms into the air in excitement.
ホタル、これで自由の身だよ。ふぅ、シャバの空気はうまいぜ。夏休み、サマーバケーション。
Summer vacation. I like she said Natsuyasumi because she said that. I like that.
サマーバケーション。今年こそ海。新しい水着。アマチュール。海の家でラーメン。
No, stop making me hungry again.
ダメ危険がいっぱい。でもちょっと危ない誘惑こそが夏休み。宿題はそんなの8月31日まで知らない。
You shouldn't forget your homework. Or you're gonna repeat summer for more than millions of times. Or the equivalent of 8 episodes.
うふーい。
No. I gape in amazement at how noisy, exuberant they're being. Even other students around us turn to see what all the fuss is about.
あ、ほらココロン、なんだか誠さんがかわいそうな人を見つめる目をしていますよ。
Oh, she has her parasol there.
テストが終わったこんな時にかわいそうな人なんているの？いるわけないんですけどね。まあ兄さんたら。
How should I react to this? What are you two expecting me to do?
笑えばいいんじゃないですか？兄さんは今まで人生が夏休みしてたからこの解放感がわからないんだよ。
No kidding. I definitely can't understand whatever is unfolding before me, but I'm happy to witness it all the same. They may be noisy as all get out, but nobody can beat these two in cuteness.
ところで兄さんはテストどうだった？
Huh? Ma, I guess.
へえ、普通くらいはできたんだ。
Oh, what's the term? Futsu, I can't pronounce that shit.
偉いね。いい子いい子。
She stands on tiptoe and pats me on the head for some reason.
できたのか、普通になるようにしたのか。
Hotaru knows what's up. Never mind me though. How did you two do in your finals?
私は結構良かったよ。ホタルはまあ今回はちょっと。というかホタル1日目休んだから追試だよね。ええ、そうですね。先生方が気を回してくれたみたいで。
So that's how it ended up. She hadn't seemed too worried about missing her first day of tests. And now that I know how it turned out, I feel better about it too.
ホタルなら大丈夫だよ。頭いいんだし、やる気さえ出れば次は全教科満点だって夢じゃないし。
Kokoro smiles at Hotaru encouragingly. She seems to trust Hotaru totally and sounds less like she's encouraging her, more like she's just stating a fact.
いくらなんでも全教科は無理ですよ。ほらほら、全教科は無理ならいくつかは取れるって自分でも思ってるんだよ。まあ次があればですね。
Huh? Why does she always talk like she's going to die every day?
それよりも兄さん、これですよ。
What? This? I'm surprised with Kokoro's sudden shout. Is she angry about something?
ホタルの傘。
Yup, a parasol.
つい今しがた心に気づかれちゃったんです。
Hotaru looks a little embarrassed, but is spinning her parasol on her shoulder all the same.
この日傘って兄さんからのプレゼントって話じゃないですか。
Well, hi. It is. なんで？
訳しますと、可愛い妹であるこの私を差し置いて他の女に贈り物をするとは何事かです。
Oh, wow. I had no idea. It had such a complex meaning.
もう
She's puffing out her cheeks. Kawaii. I get that she's jealous about the gift I gave Hotaru, but wasn't she scheming to get Hotaru and me alone together just the other day?
まったく誠さんは女心が分かっていませんね。
I wish it'd stop reading my mind.
誠さん、喜怒哀楽がついたのはいいですが、 そのせいで考えていることが全部顔に浮かび上がってくるんですよ。2、3。
Yes, ma'am. I snapped to attention and faced Kokoro. Jitsu, Hotaru was worrying about getting sunburned, so I thought I should.
そんなの世にいる女の子のほとんどが気にしてるよ。
じゃあ、should I buy you a parasol too?
本当に悪いなぁ。これが悪いなんてみじんも思っていないし、嬉しくてたまらないと書いてある顔です。
In this case, it's so obvious that even I can tell that much. Alright, so one more parasol for Kokoro then. I'll buy it on the way home.
あ、日傘は私のキャラじゃないな。
Really?
そうだよ。何かもっと別のものがいいな。まあ、そうなりますよね。
そっか。Hotaru seems entirely unsurprised by Kokoro's behavior, but I guess I still have a lot to learn when it comes to girls. The shoujo manga knowledge. It's not working on her.
ココロンが夢の国に旅立ってしまっては、ホタルたちは見ているしかありませんよ。
I see your point. Kokoro is paying us no mind as she happily twists her body this way and that, talking to herself.
別に高いものじゃないけど、やっぱり身につけられるものがいいし、アクセサリーかな。
Accessory.
指輪はやりすぎかな。
What is this keikaku of Kokoro, man? What is this keikaku?
でもネックレスとかイヤリングは目立つしな。100円とかのおもちゃでもいいけど、指輪欲しいな。
You just know.
ココロン、一応誠さんはお兄さんだからね。そんなこと分かってるけど。まあココロンの分かってるほど恐ろしいものはありませんが。
Yes, because she's fully aware what that means.
恐ろしい？ココロンの越えてはいけない一線は普通の人の基準ならとっくに一線を越えた向こう側にあるんですよ。ホタルの言うことはいつも難しいね。
It's not unusual for a conversation between the two of them to leave me in the dust, but could Hotaru actually be jealous that I'll be giving Kokoro a gift? So I'll be very happy, but I can't very well say that in front of Kokoro. Well, anyway, what's it good to decide what you want? Just let me know.
やったね、いっぱい考えよう。ああ、妹というのは強い。
Kokoro, if you're settled down a bit, let's get going. Other students might get annoyed at us if we keep blocking the gate like this. What about you, Hotaru? Are you coming with us?
テストが終わった記念にこのまま折り紙でお昼をいただいてココロンと遊ぶ予定です。兄さんも一緒に遊ぶ？
No, I won't intrude on you two today. I'm sure it'll spend half of the time talking about their exams, which will make me feel kind of uncomfortable given the circumstances. We start walking, but the two of them keep chatting at the same pace.
あ、新しい夏用のメニューを考えたんだけど、ホタルン味見してみない？
Huh?
いいですよ。
Huh?
兄さん、どうして絵の強さが違ったの？
I can't tell you.
だからなんでそんな命がけみたいな真剣な顔をするの？
Because right now, I'm really hoping I don't get sentenced to try her cooking, which is just as bad. But I can't say that out loud. I mean, even a simple onigiri from Kokoro maybe doubt my sanity. With the free reign of the kitchen and pantry, who knows what horror she might unleash. Such monstrosities might even be lethal enough to kill a god.
いいの？今日こそ私の料理が本当は美味しいんだってみんなに認めさせるんだから。
She clenches her fist in determination and starts walking faster. As she starts to leave us behind, I turn to Hotaru. Should I, stop her with my kotodama? If I don't, you might die, you know.
誠さんも、まだまだ甘いですね。
She twirls her parasol. The motion is elegant, graceful, and very mischievous.
心の料理は、味は、ゲフンゲフンな感じですが、口にすると、生きてるって実感が湧くんですよ。
She says that, but the look in her eyes. When we reached home, we all ate lunch together. Makokora's cooking hopes were immediately dashed by Asuki-san. According to her,
人類にはまだ早いわ。
well put. Sateta. Hotaru has gone upstairs to hang out with Kokoro in her room, and I'm here working my ship on the Kiseten floor. Time passes, and before I know it, at 6 p.m., when people stop coming for afternoon tea, I made a quick shopping trip for dinner ingredients. So far, today has been a totally normal day. But that's about to change. Pretty soon, I need to find my chance to confess to Hotaru for the second time. I'm sure she's hanging out nearby instead of going home specifically to give me that opportunity. But she's acting pretty normal for someone who knows they're going to receive a confession of love pretty soon. I could tell she was jealous when Kokoro was shaking me down for a gift, but I didn't sense anything more than that in her. I would have expected, I don't know, some sign that I was especially on her mind today. A glance, an involuntary gesture, a shy smile, a blush. Maybe she's just gotten used to the idea of me being in love with her. I hope that's all it is. Well, it doesn't change what I have to do. I practice spinning a tray on top of my finger to kill time. After a while, I hear someone coming downstairs.
兄さん、あ、お客さんちょうどいないね。
Need any more drinks or snacks up there?
そうじゃなくて、ホタルンが帰るって。
Ah, soka. There are more footsteps on the stairs.
誠さん、お邪魔しました。
Sure. She seems to just be going home like normal. I'm a little confused. Wasn't she planning to stay here until my shift ended, so I have a chance to confess again? Did I assume wrong? No, maybe she's just testing me. As a man, I should be more proactive and not rely on her help. Kokoro, can I ask you a favor?
何？
I'll walk Hotaru home, so could you take over the rest of my shift?
まだ明るいんですから、そんなのいりませんよ。というか、見送りなんて今までしたことないのに、突然どうしたんです？
Her indifferent, even reluctant reaction surprises me even more. I was afraid of this. What if, over the weekend, she changed her mind and decided to pretend the whole thing never happened? Well,
いいじゃん、ホタルン。せっかくなんだし。
Thank God. Thank God she's willing to wingman, man. Kokoro jumps in to help me out.
男の子に家まで送ってもらうとか、私も一度くらいされたいよ。
You do that on almost a daily basis, you know, Kokoro.
ココロンは、まあ、好きな男の人と一緒では、見送りではなく、同じ家に帰るだけにしかならないでしょうしね。そうそう。
Kokoro tilts her head to the side.
わかりました。何か誠さんにも意図があるようですし、お見送りしていただきます。
Great.
それにしても、誠さんより危ない人ってこの町にいるんですかね。
No, and that's exactly why I'd be useful on your way home. I take off my apron, hanging it up, smiling.
なるほど、それはそうですね。一番危ない人が守ってくれるなら安全です。兄さんのどこが危ないの？お母さんの次くらいに体弱そうなのに。羊の皮をかぶった狼、もしくは王子様の皮をかぶった熊ですよ。白熊はかわいい。
Shiranokuma.
テレビや動物園で見るなら可愛いでしょうけど、同じ檻の中にいたら大変です。兄さんは行ってらっしゃい。ホタルはまたね。
Smiling, Kokoro pushes Hotaru toward the door. Staggering a bit, Hotaru smiles back in consternation.
誠さんに見送られて無事でいられればまた明日。
Hotaru sighs at the blast of heat we receive after leaving the Kissaten. And still bright outside. I fucking hate summer for that kind of bullshit. Anyway, it hasn't cooled down for the evening yet, but the hottest part of the day is past. Everything seems so frenetic recently somehow.
ココロンとホタルのことならあんなのうちのクラスでは日常茶飯事ですよ。
Maybe I should have picked year 1 when I enrolled.
それより何かココロンの前では話せないことでもあるんですか？
She smiles at me, amused. She doesn't seem to be taking this very seriously.
まあホタルも誠さんに聞きたいことがあったのでちょうどよかったです。
Oh? What did you want to talk to me about? I gesture to indicate that she can go first.
先週誠さんと一緒にいる時に子猫を見かけましたよね。
Wait, why did she say you saw some kittens? You were there too, right? What do you mean, you? Yeah, I found them first, but I think you looked at them much harder than I did after that. Wow.
それもう一度見たいのでちょっと案内してくれませんか？
What do you mean?
湖のそばの街中なのはわかるんですけど具体的な場所をど忘れしてしまって。
Soka. I see that, but actually I don't quite see. The place was right on the side of the road, hardly out of the way. How could you forget something like that in just a few days? Kokoro was telling me the other day that Hotaru gets really forgetful on Mondays. This must have been what she was talking about. Is there some kind of meaning behind it?
案内してくれないんですか？
While I'm lost in thought, Hotaru comes and looks up at me with a sad look in her eyes. She must really want to see those Neko again. No, I will. It's not very far.
子猫にゃん。
She's already grinning in anticipation. She's exactly like how she was when she was holding the Koneko the other day. I can tell she's the normal Hotaru we talked about before. So, what is this oddness I sense from her? Am I overthinking things? We arrive in just a couple of minutes. It was around here, wasn't it?
ええ、そうですね。
She answers me absentmindedly, her eyes darting around the area.
確かにこれは特別な目印もない普通の場所でわかりづらい。
I hope they're still here today. There were strays, so I didn't really expect them to stay in one place. But someone must have been feeding them because they really are in the same spot as before. No mercy today either, huh? I take it. This time, the mother Neko starts hissing as soon as I even look at it. Hearing the hiss, Hotaru comes running. Wearing white today, huh? Anyway, she carelessly picks one of the koneko, just like she did last week.
こんにちは。にほー、子猫ちゃん。
Randomly speaking Chinese, huh? She brings the koneko to her face and greets it happily.
あったかいね。小さいね。かわいいね。
Deja vu. Her exact words might be slightly different, but this is almost exactly like last week.
ふわふわのもっこもこのもっこもこもこだね。
She gently touches the koneko all over its body. It must enjoy the attention since it's rubbing its face against her fingers. The koneko's fluffy fur looks really soft to touch. I'm so jealous.
かわいい。
I can only stand there enviously as she has the time of her life playing with the Koneko.
誠さん、近づけないんですよね。
Yeah, I can't. The Casa Neko doesn't like me.
ホタルだけが幸せいっぱいで、すいませんね。
Oh, don't worry. I'm having plenty of fun watching you freak out.
今は何をどう言われようとも、どうでもいいです。
She's responding to what I say, but I can see that 99% of her is focused on the Koneko. If it was Kokoro, it'd probably be more like 100%, and I'd be getting completely ignored. If you're going to be here for a while, should I go find something to feed the Neko with? Last week, she ended up playing with the Neko for 3 whole hours after all.
野良猫に餌はあげません。
Her tone of voice doesn't change as she rejects my suggestion. I can't help but be surprised. You like Neko, so why not feed them? They'll live longer that way, right?
いえ、ホタルは猫が好きだからあげないんです。
What? I raise my eyebrows at her apparently nonsensical statement. She continues in as gentle a voice as ever.
もちろん、ホタルだって餌をあげて長生きしてもらいたいし、餌をあげる人はいい人だと思います。
Oh. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Okay.
でも、猫は自由だからあげないんです。
Sure. Okay. The first statement really got me there. Free spirits.
この子たちが望んで野良猫になったのかはわかりませんが、ここに自分たちだけで生きているから、大好きで対等でありたいからこそ餌はあげないんです。同じようにこうやって子猫を抱きかかえるなら、噛まれたり爪で引っかかれても文句は言いません。
As if to demonstrate, she brings the Koneko to her cheek. But it doesn't bite or scratch her. It just licks her cheek as she giggles tickishly. I smile at the adorable scene. I know what you mean.
わかるんですか？
I don't know how to handle Neko. I mean, but I understand that you have a reason not to feed them, and that you're sticking to it.
里を飛び出した誠さんですしね。
She smiles back at me. And that's the first sharp observation I've heard from her in a little while. But her usual dignity hardly accompanies it, since her face is still melted into a puddle of smiles at the cuteness of the Koneko.
それで誠さんの方の話は何ですか？
She abruptly changes the topic. No, I guess she was just returning to the original topic. She must have remembered it after getting her fill of the Koneko. Hotaru, do you want to go for a walk with me down by the lake tonight?
夜に？
Surprised, she puts the Koneko down and stands up.
それはまた急なお誘いですね。
Is it? It shouldn't be. To her. I think the lake should be quite beautiful tonight. The moon is close to full, and there's barely been a cloud all day.
それはそうでしょうけど。はあ。そうか。テストが終わるまで誘うのを待っていてくれたんですね。
I guess? Is that why she wanted me to wait until Monday before confessing again? I really feel like I'm missing something. But if Hotaru thinks everything is normal, maybe it's just my misunderstanding?
ココロンやマナちゃんや京子さんは？
No, tonight will be just the two of us.
はん。デートですね。
そうよ。
直球ですね。わかりました。じゃあ、着替えてくるので、1時間後くらいに待ち合わせましょう。
She laughs gaily. Well, as long as she said yes, I guess that's good enough for me. I can come pick you up at your house if you like.
大丈夫ですよ。今は、 本当は見送りなんていらないんですし、
I guess you're right.
見送りもここまででいいですよ。
Okay, I'll go home. I'll go back home and change too. School has been out for hours. I should really get out of my uniform.
それじゃあ、また後で。
See you. Mata. Ja mata. One hour later, I'm standing at the lake shore. There wasn't anything I needed to do at home besides change out of my uniform and tell Azuki-san I'll be having my dinner late. So as soon as I've done that, I set out for the lake, and I've been standing here ever since. Tourists and locals alike have been leaving the lakeside to go home, and now quiet has settled upon the lake. I can hear the soft sound of small waves lapping against the shore. The light of sunset sparkles and scatters on the water, as if the sandy shallows were studded with jewels. The water lantern ceremony was very beautiful too, with all the floating lights. But the lake is gorgeous, even without the addition of such things.
誠さん、
I hear the voice of the girl I've been waiting for. There she stands, out of her uniform just like I am.
お待たせしました。か？
Yeah, I was enjoying the scenery here, so I wasn't bored.
綺麗ですものね。
Hi.
まあ、ホタルの方が綺麗ですけど。
I'm impressed at how comfortable she seems at a time like this. I describe you as kawaii or... What is... They differentiate the word pretty and beautiful? Anyway, actually.
冗談ですよ。誠さんがそういうことを言うタイプではないから、自分でボケただけです。まさか、二段底で歯の浮くようなことを言われるとは思いませんでしたが。
Hey, don't compliment me too hard. You'll make me blush from the bottom of my heart.
誠さんの器の底には、普通の人と違って、ドロドロした黒い何かが詰まっていそうです。
That wasn't a compliment, was it?
まあ、褒め言葉じゃないですね。
I guess not.
そんな話より、さっきの猫の話ですよ。
Oh, Neka's still in your mind? Apparently it'll take more than a mere hour for her to get over those kawaii koneko. But I'm glad she brought something to chat about while I wait for nightfall. He's really waiting for the moon. He really waited for that.
誠さんや愛菜ちゃんは猫属性ですよね。
I heard of that cat side thing before, but what does it mean?
猫みたいに気まぐれか、犬みたいに人懐っこくて従順かってことです。
Oh, Mana perfectly hits the affectionate and obedient, I guess. In that case, Kokoro and Kyoko are definitely in the dog side. Really? Oh, wait, yeah, maybe. Actually, for Kokoro, yes, it super makes sense for her to be a dog kind of dog.
あずきさんは？
She's on the dog side. No, wait, maybe she's actually on the cat side.
分かってきてるじゃないですか。
What about you, Hotaru? Are you on the cat side or dog side?
どちらだと思います？
She answers my question with her own. Is she obedient like a dog? Definitely not. Is she capricious like a neko? She does portray herself that way, but in reality I know her actions are carefully calculated, not to hurt anyone else. So she's neither. Tori? Before I realize it, I said my conclusion out loud.
鳥？
Yeah, if I were to think of you as a dobutsu, you'll be a tori.
飛んでる？
Why would you say that? No, you're a free spirit like a neko. But it's like you live on a higher plane than the rest of us.
ホタル、褒められてます？
Wait, why it wasn't? She parrots my words back to me. Appropriate. Of course it was. That's a huge compliment.
そっか。でも、ホタルはそれほど自由には生きていませんよ。
No, the music stops. She speaks softly. But she's not talking to herself. I'm pretty sure she wants me to hear her. Is there something wrong, Hotaru?
ホタルは、
She trails off. still looking me in the eye as she thinks to herself. And after several seconds, she shows that faint smile I love so much.
鳥のように空を飛べるほどの自由っぷりじゃないってことです。
Soka. Human beings can literally fly, it's true. Well, if my kotodama worked on you, I could at least give you the sensation of flying.
それは何かヤバいお薬をやったみたいで怖いですね。笑い事ではないっすよ。
Man, the mood between us is excellent today. Bro, I actually don't know. I don't think so, actually. I glanced at the setting sun. At this rate, I should still have some extra time. Let's walk a bit, shall we?
いいですね。
Alright, let's do a lap around the lake. That's really, look at the size of the lake, bro. Look at the size of the lake. A strange sound emerges from Hotaru's throat.
念のため聞きますが、この湖を一周するのにどのくらいの時間がかかると思っています？
Let's see. An hour or so?
誠さんをホタルと一緒にしないでください。4時間か5時間くらいかかりますよ。
I see. Yeah, I see you two take small steps, Hotaru.
背の高さは成長期だからいいのです。ホタルは将来有望、大器晩成、人類の最終兵器なのです。
Yes, of course. I can't help but smile at her desperate protestations. She doesn't seem to have any issue with her small breast, for example. Okay, why are you bringing this up, Matt? But her height is a very touchy subject. There's no need for her to feel that way, though. She's cute, not despite her height, but because of it.
一緒とは言いませんが、ホタルも歩くことには反対しませんよ。この辺より奥なんて観光客も地元の人も行かないだろうし、何かあるのかな？
From here, it doesn't look like there's much. All that's visible from this distance is the road winding along the coast. Plenty of trees, and the giant torii at the entrance of Kyoko's Jinja. Well, let's see how far we can make it.
行動派ですね。
She chuckles as she starts walking. I lower my pace to match hers as I walk by her side. The long summer sunset has finally given way to dusk as we continue to walk, following the curve of the lake. I have good night vision, so whenever the path gets tricky, I hold Hotaru's hand to help her through. Finally, we arrive.
これ
Hotaru speaks. Surprise. UBGM. There's nothing particularly interesting here. It's just a field. But there are many flowers blooming in the grass. They make this place into a rare burst of color in the pale moonlit world around us.
綺麗。こんなところがあったんだ。
Hotaru unconsciously leaves me behind as she walks a little distance into the field. Hakaba. Hakaba's grave. Sorry, my bad. That's wrong. Looking around in wonder. There's something ethereal about her gait, an almost floating quality to her steps.
こんな場所があったなんて、誰からも一度も聞いたことなかった。
I doubt anyone knows about it. I slowly follow her into the field, carefully avoiding stepping on any flowers as I walk. These flowers aren't very tall, so it would be hard to notice them from a distance, and the area is hidden from the road by a copse of trees. And there's a wooden broadwalk sneaking across the field, but it looks very old. There's no sign that anyone has been here in years. No, the only gardener here is nature.
秘密の花園。
Himitsu?
そう。私が見つけた場所。
She seems to be talking to herself, but then she looks up at me and smiles.
私と誠さんが見つけた場所だね。
Should we keep it a secret from the others then? She starts thinking it over, conflicted. She must be feeling tempted to tell other people about how beautiful it is, or to bring them here and show them.
誠さんが
She looks up at me again, and there she stops. She tilts her head cutely.
なんて言えばいいんだろう。誠さんはどう思ってるのかな。
Ore?
誠さんはいつもホタルとか人の言う通りにしようとするけど、ここは二人で見つけたんだから二人で一緒に決めないって思ったの。
Sokka. She's right. I was planning to just follow her lead as usual. Alright. Then I vote to keep it a secret.
本当にいいの？
Ah.
ありがとう。
We decided to get it right, so you don't have to thank me.
それでも
Giggling softly, she backs away from me by a few steps. I'm sure that's just her way of showing her shyness. But the instant she steps into the flower patch, light blooms at her feet. Hotaru. She looks up in surprise. The lights begin to float serenely in the air around her, slowly flashing green. A gentle light indeed.
これホタル？
In case you guys didn't know, Hotaru means fireflies. Her eyes are wide and sparkling with delight. Just like your name.
綺麗。
Hotaru is too captivated by the sight before her to hear me. She extends her arms as if to welcome the lights and turns to face me.
誠さん見て、ホタル。
Yes, I see Hotaru, man. Perhaps disturbed by her son-in-law voice, or perhaps responding to her call, many more Hotaru rise out of the grass. The sight is so beautiful that it takes even my breath away. Ah, this too is a benediction and a blessing. Shukufuku. Hotaru told me I should make my confession a romantic one. I had planned to use the moonlit lakeshore, but this field of flowers and Hotaru is far more fitting. In fact, what place could possibly be better than this? Hotaru. I step a little closer to her than usual.
はい。
好きだ。
あら、私も好きですよ。
Great. Then we're a couple now. She stares at me.
今のは冗談やいつもの天然ボケで好きと言ったのではないのですか？
Oh, gomen. I guess I said it too lightly. Darn. I must have been in too much of a hurry to get the words out. I should have put more feeling into it. I breathe in deeply and try again. This time with the same level of conviction I'd use for a kotodama. I love you, Hotaru. Will you be mine? What? Does that word mean something? I don't think I've heard it before.
お待ちになってください。
Sure. I wonder why she suddenly started talking so oddly, but I wait as requested.
なんでそんな急にここで告白なんて。
What? After all this, it still feels sudden to you? This isn't good. I'm starting to get strangely nervous. I'm sorry. Didn't you answer me last week either? And if I can't even get an answer here now, does that mean I never had a chance in the first place?
先週？
Hi. You told me that if I wanted to confess my love to you, I should do it again today. This time in a more romantic way. Why is she acting like she doesn't know what she said last week? I recall a surprise at Hotaru's sudden shout unless something's happening between the weekend. I mean, every weekend I lose my memories after all. Wait, don't tell me that's what actually happens to her.
誠さん、先週、ホタルに真剣に告白したんですか？
Ah.
もう、ホタル、私のせいか。
Hotaru suddenly starts stamping on the ground, her face flushed. I'm bewildered at her bizarre behavior. All this ranting and raving isn't like the Hotaru I know.
そういうことですか。
She stumbles forward, her head clasped in her hands.
先週のホタルから。
What do you mean last week's Hotaru?
これはあれですね。余計な気遣いというか、おふざけか、一言で言うなら、
Or
やってくれたぜですわ。
oh man, she spoke like a joke that right just now. She just did it. This one. Okay then. Something's clearly wrong with Hotaru, though I don't know what. I still don't really get what her answer to my confession is, but all I can do for now is wait for her to calm down. Still, last week when she told me to give Monday's Hotaru the surprise of her life, who knew that part would go so spectacularly?
なんてこと。今日はずっと誠さんの言動や様子がおかしいと思っていたけど、それはそうでしょうね。すみません、すみません。本当に謝ります。悪いのはホタルの方でした。
So I was right. I knew there was something I wasn't getting. I'm glad my hunch was right, at least, even if I don't know what exactly it means yet.
ホタルは愚かな子です。おバカさんです。犬の真似をしろと言えばしますし、ワンワン可愛く泣いてもいいです。
No, I mean, well, I kind of, well, I kind of want to see that, but no, you don't have to do that. Hotaru, calm down.
こんなの落ち着けるわけないじゃないですか。
I spoke of Hotaru without thinking, but of course it had no effect on her. I doubt she's about to cry or say anything, but I can tell she's terribly confused and completely at sea. I don't really know what got you so upset, but I assure you, I don't mind what it is, whatever it is. Should I try to confess again another day?
いえ、そんなことされたら余計にホタルが悪い子になるだけなのでおやめください。ただでさえ誠さんは先週から待たせていたんですよね、ホタルは。つまり今この私が答えを出さないといけないんですよね。
She looks up at the Yosara, groaning in despair. Hotaru. Nani?
です。
Oh man, that hit me like a truck, man.
です。ホタルも私もあなたのこと好きです。
It was a barely intelligible mumble, but I definitely just heard her say, "Did you say you love me too?"
言いました。
Even in the pale moonlight, I could tell her face is beet red, her skin covered with sweat as she stares me down. So this means... Can I take it that means you'll become my lover?
そういったつもりですけど。
She mumbles. She fidgets.
嫌いだなんて言えないし。
I see? A smile rises to my lips. I think about suppressing it, but no. It's okay for me to be happy now. Yatta! I did it! Arigato, Hotaru!
バカなこと言わないでください。ありがとうなんて、ホタルの方が言うべきことですよ。
No, I'm pretty sure I'm more thankful than you on this one.
いや、そうじゃないです。違う。
She shakes her head, as if to cool her flaming cheeks.
一つだけ条件をつけさせてください。
条件? Nande shoka? I should have known it was too good to be true without a catch. Or so I thought. But Hotaru looks surprised at my sudden serious face.
違うんです。逆です。誠さんのための条件なんです。恋人としてお付き合いしてもいいんですけど、1週間ひとまず様子見をしてくれませんか？
Trial period? A trial period? What do you mean?
そう。1週間経って、もしも誠さんがホタルは手に負えないと思ったら、その時は気にせず恋人ではなくなってください。
Hotaru. No? She looks down, her voice strained. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I say it softly, in the lightest of tones. Hotaru looks at me in surprise. It suddenly seems like our usual roles are reversed, and I feel like laughing. I love you, Hotaru. I don't think I could ever stop loving you.
だって
That's okay. I know there's something about you that you've been hiding from me. I'm sure it's something very important and very close to your heart. But from where I stand, that's only a small part of who you are. I'm quite sure I'll still love you, no matter what happens. The surprise written in her face grows even greater.
例えばこれは本当に例え話ですけど、ホタルが人を殺したことがあるとか言い出したらどうするつもりですか？
Well, I think for a moment. That's not good, but I don't think it'll make me hate you.
なんで？
I think that if you killed someone, you either have a very good reason to do it, or it would be an accident. So that wouldn't change the way I feel about you at all. From the way she's talking, I'm sure she's never actually killed anyone. But even if she had, who am I to blame her? In a sense, I was responsible for my cousins when I was a child.
ああ、
She breathes a strange sigh.
結局思った通りになってしまいましたね。
What plan?
ホタルはあなたに恋をしてしまい、あなたは心や京子さんやナナちゃんと付き合っていればよかったのに。
That's not how things went, though.
そうですね。
She must have finally accepted it, as she squares her shoulders and looks me straight in the eye.
ふつつかものですが、恋人としてよろしくお願いします。
And me as yours. We bow to each other. Then I suddenly remember something I was worrying about earlier. Actually, I have something important to ask you about.
何ですか？
Well... It's a pretty pathetic question, so I hesitate to even ask it, but better safe than sorry. I'm overjoyed to be going out with you, but... What are we supposed to actually do now? I mean, I always thought it would be nice to have a kanajo. And I'm so happy that you became mine, but... What do... koibito usually do? Back in the village, it would mean living together and raising a family. But I don't know if things are the same here, and even if so, I don't think Hotaru is old enough for that. I've seen romance plays out in manga, but there are usually various conflicts in the plot that drive the characters' relationship forward. Right now, there isn't really any looming conflict involving us, as far as I can see, which means our romance will be a perfectly normal one. I don't know what that means.
ホタルも恋人ができたのなんて初めてで、とうとう言われても。
She looks away shyly. Alright, let's start from there then.
始めるって何を？
I turned to Hotaru, the cute girl who agreed to be my lover, and show her possibly the biggest smile I've ever made in my life. Let's create our best possible romance together. Ooh, chapter 5. And that's how Hotaru and I became a couple. Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. After breakfast, I made sure to report this development to my family with a smile. I would have done it last night, but I wanted to wait until I had everyone in the same place.
は？で、いつ別れるの？
Mana. Oh, Mana. Mana, why did that have to be your first reaction? Kokoro and Azuki-san are frozen, so I had no choice but to respond to Mana. I frowned at her across the table.
だってこちらの世界の恋愛って恋人になっても問題ばかり起こってくっついたり離れたりを何度も繰り返すんでしょ？
I guess that's pretty common in shoujo manga.
最初に付き合った相手ではない人と添い遂げちゃう漫画もあったわね。楽しみだわ。
Don't jinx me. It's probably not fair for a Kotodama user like me to say it, but it's bad luck to say things like that out loud.
おめでとうなのかしら。
What's up with the mother and daughter pair? Huh? ありがとう。
そらそうだとは思ってたけど、いきなりだからびっくりしちゃった。
I'm actually surprised at how surprised you are. I already told Kokoro and Mana that I love Hotaru days ago, and Kokoro even helped play matchmaker a bit.
いやー、実は半々くらいの確率で兄さんを振られるかと思ってた。
What the fuck? These two. What the hell, man? I mean, okay, fine. I get that Mana and Kokoro would be like, nah, he got it. He's not gonna get it, man. He's gonna come back to us, man. Oh shit. What?
兄さんがどうこうじゃなくて、ホタルンが最後の最後で OK しないんじゃないかなって。ありそうな話ね。
That sounds about right. After all, I had to confess to her twice, and wait the better part of a week before finally getting a very confusing reply last night.
というか、うちの二人の娘たちは男の子に告白されたことはあるの？いや、まあそれはあるけど。おお、いいわね。青春ね。
Ka-san seems very interested in the stories of her children's love lives.
ちなみにマナちゃん、そういう時はどう断ったの？
どうというか、そもそも回りくどくて告白だって気づかないことばかりだわ。
Man, what does it mean? Yeah, I remember that happening once. I can imagine it happened many times after that too.
で、断るときはバッサリよ。
へえ、すごいな。そういう心はどうなの？あ、私はごめんなさいって素直に謝るだけかな。きちんとしているならそれでいいわ。
Are you already done with the topic of me and Hotaru? I feel kind of neglected, so I decide to put it.
だってホタルンと恋人になって兄さんはそれからどうする気なの？
それは that's the issue actually. In fact, I've been planning to ask them for advice on that very topic.
恋愛は恋人になるまでより恋人になってからの方が大事なのよ。
I see. I'll keep that in mind. Asaki-san has even had children, so she must be a real authority on this topic.
ほら、だから問題が足りないのよ。マナちゃんはそうなった方が面白いからだよね。当然でしょ。
Another peaceful day at the Oribe house. Whenever I'm in a majority female group, the conversation never seems to go the way I want it to. It always ends up like this.
そういえばホタルちゃんの話で思い出したけど、入院していた時ホタルちゃんを病院で何度か見たわね。
Azuki-san suddenly thinks back to when she was hospitalized several weeks ago.
あの家の娘なんだから当然じゃないの？ああ、そうじゃなくて本当に病院の中でってこと。ホタルの家は病院の裏だもんね。そうだからなんで病院の方で見かけるんだろうって不思議だったのよね。制服姿で目立つのもあったし。あの子何か持病でもあるの？全然。ホタルは相変わらずいつでも絶好調だよ。多分無駄に元気すぎるのが病気なのね。それはあるかも。その病気は心も含まれてるんじゃないかしら。まあホタルちゃんは病院に定期的にお見舞いする人がいるのかしらね。
Azuki-san looks at the clock.
ほらあなたたちそろそろ登校の時間よ。テストが終わってもう夏休み気分なんだろうけど、最後までしっかり学生してきなさい。はーい。もうそんな時間か。
Kokoro and Mana still had to change into their uniform, Seifuku, and collect their things in Kokoro's room.
久しぶりの学園だわ。
As she leaves to go upstairs, Mana says something very unnecessary. Luckily, Azuki-san doesn't hear it. I already have my bag and Seifuku on, so I just have to wait for the other two to come back downstairs again.
誠？
Kasan calls me over. Nani, Kasan?
自分の子供であろうとも人の恋路にとやかく言うつもりはないんだけど、好きな子ができたのなら世界で一番幸せにしてあげなさいね。
Hi, Kasan. It's a good goal. I think to myself once again how lucky I am to have Azuki-san for Okasan. Kasas really know everything.
お姉さんでもいいのよ。
Considering how brother-sister relationship is in this family. Well, I guess you looked the part pretty well.
朝からどんな話をしているんですか？
Huh? Both of us look around for the source of the voice.
外よ。
Oh, outside, huh? I lazily turn around to look.
そこはなんだとか叫んでノリを合わせてほしかったわ。
Ah, gomen. Hotaru throws open the door and strides into the room, laughing in a high voice.
話は聞かせてもらったぞ。まさか貴様は水無月ホタル。あの時崖から落ちて死んだはずでは。
I really like they're being this dramatic. I like how these two.
この高さでは助かるまいとかフラグを立ててもらったおかげで九死に一生得たのですよ。胸のペンダントも外しておくべきだったわね。しかしこのペンダントのおかげで気づいてしまったのです。 あなたがホタルの実の母親だとですって。
No. Oh, yeah, Hotaru.
おはようございます、誠さん。朝から面白かった。
Azuki-san rubs her shoulder happily. What are you doing here, Hotaru? I mean, that in a couple of ways.
誠さんと一緒に登校しようかなという気の迷いを起こしまして。
Your house is closer to the school than ours, isn't it? You didn't have to come all this way.
ほら。
Azuki-san karate tossed my head. Hey, Daddy! And it hurt at all. Of course, it surprised me.
恋人になったんだから一緒に登校しようってことなのよ。本来は誠くんから誘っていてもよかったんだから。
Oh, I see what you mean. I didn't realize at all.
誠さんがそういう人だということは重々承知していますので。恋人になったそうだけど、うちの鈍感息子をよろしくね。いえいえ、こちらこそ。
She bows politely. Apparently, Azuki-san commands even Hotaru's respect. Ma. I look up towards the second floor, where my two Nesans, Imoto, Imoto-tachi, are still getting ready. Mana in particular will probably have some choice words for me later, but let's get going then, Hotaru. I stick out my hand and Hotaru smiles.
喜んで。
I'm afraid Kokoro and Mana will try to catch up with us. They'll take us on a detour through the Koen. It's not that much longer this way. We left a little early, so we should still make it to school on time. Hotaru laughs quietly. Her hands feel very small and soft in mine as we walk. It's almost as if I'm holding hands with a child. Okay. If I grip it too hard, I might hurt her. But if I hold it too loosely, I'm afraid she might slip away. So I had to try to keep the right balance.
つい勢いで手などつないでしまいましたか。
She raises the hand I'm holding into the air.
いざ本当に恋人になったのだなと意識すると、なかなか恥ずかしいものですね。
Even though it's just me whose hands you're holding, I can't help tease her a little bit.
誠さんが相手だからまだこのくらいで済んでいるんですよ。
That's kind of too bad.
それはどういう意味ですか？
Unusually for her, she seems unable to guess what I mean. I smile at her. If you love me so much that you couldn't even stand the embarrassment of holding my hand, I'd be even happier. And I'm sure it would be the cutest sight. Blushing, she tries to step away from me, but I refuse to let go of her hand. Right, exactly like that.
あなたは。
She starts to shout, but then simply opens and closes her mouth in indignation, unable to think of what to say next. She really is weak when it comes to love. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to make fun of you. Everything I said is the truth.
もう。
She exhales deeply.
恋人ですものね。
If you really didn't like that just now, I'll try to avoid talking like that in the future.
いえ、その嫌いではないです。むしろ。
I like it too.
顔が近い。
She shouts again, blushing as usual.
たくこれは誠さんよりホタルがいけませんね。昨日恋人になったらどうしていくべきかって言ってましたし、
Ah,
ホタルももっと誠さんを照れさせるようにしないとですね。
Seeing her look at me so seriously is making my cheeks feel hot. I'll look away. This time, she's the one who leans in to peer at my face. I rear back involuntarily. Nani?
誠さん、もしかして照れました？
Yeah. Am I? I'm not really sure what bashful feels like, to be honest.
なるほどね。こうやって相手に照れくさく思ってもらうことは確かに楽しい。
I think I just thought you something I shouldn't have.
いやいや、そうですね。相手を照れさせるというのは分かりやすい恋人の指標かもしれません。というか、今まさにホタルは気負いすぎだってことが分かりました。
She cutely clenches her fist.
要するにホタルは元のままで十分に魅力的。
That's true.
同意しないでツッコミを入れてください。
She starts slapping me lightly in the stomach. She probably would have slapped my chest if she wasn't so short. Suddenly, her eyes widen.
腹筋硬っ。
Our solvents are guys. Although we are retard maxing as well, so it's a trade-off. Anyway. Really?
何ですかこの石みたいな硬さは。もっと叩いてみていいですか？
You said that once before, didn't you? She looks at me in surprise, her hand still beating away at my abs. It was on the day you helped me enroll as a student at school, remember?
ああ、そういえばですね。
That day was a lot of fun.
すみません。あんまり細かいことは覚えていなくて。
Well, it was about a month ago. A month. Saying it out loud makes me realize how long that is. Thinking back on it, you really helped me so much, Hotaru.
そうっすか。
The stomach bashing continues. I'm trying to create a sentimental mood here, so could you eventually stop punching me, please?
こんな冗談みたいな腹筋、実際にあるんだなーって。
After a few more hits, she seems satisfied and lowers her hands with a smile. Actually, if anything, I started to get out of shape recently since I don't get as much exercise as I used to.
学園生活と農業じゃ違いすぎるでしょうね。これぞ農業筋肉、略して脳筋。
Oh, so that really is what meathead means. I heard her use that word once before, so I'm glad my guess about what it meant turned out to be correct.
まあそうですね。その方が面白いからそれで合っていることにしましょう。
It seems I'm still missing something.
もっとそろそろ歩き出しておかないと本当に遅刻しますね。
Oh, you're right. I had completely forgotten we were on our way to school. No, I shouldn't.
どうかしたんですか？
Well, I was just thinking how'd you like to hang out with you more instead of going to school. I scratched my head as I walked slowly alongside her. And right after Azuki-san just told me not to slack off until the week is over. So, this is what it feels like to want to skip school. Hotaru turns in a circle as she walks.
もしもそれをお望みならお付き合いしますよ。ホタル、悪い子ですから。
No, let's go to school, yeah. I was tempted, but while it's one thing for me to step off the path of righteousness, it's another for me to drag Hotaru down with me. I mean, it's just a few days. Next week is Natsuyasumi.
そうですね。時間がある。
Yeah, maybe she does reset her memory on weekends. I mean, considering the author of this, VN, I mean, she murmurs while taking hold of the corner of my jacket. Her voice and expression seem somehow heavy. I take her hand from my jacket and clasp it in my own. Come on, let's go to school. We start walking together. back to what we were talking about before. Making your partner blush really might be a good indicator of romance going well, as he said. Just as we're rejoining the main road, our conversation returns to an earlier topic as well. And this is probably a more comfortable topic for Hotaru too.
そうですね。我ながら良いアイディアでした。
I was thinking about what it means to be a couple too, but you seem better at it than I am. Any other good ideas?
いくつかは
Like what?
例えば恋人になってからは相手の呼び方を変えてみるとかですね。
She raises a finger and waggles it in the air.
それまでとは違う呼び方にすることでお互いの距離が近づいたことを分かりやすくするんです。
I see. In that case, I could start calling you Minazuki instead of Hotaru, I guess.
普通は名字で呼んでいた相手を下の名前で呼ぶのですが
The wagging finger finally comes to a rest, pointing at me.
誠さん
Hotaru?
そうお互いに最初から下の名前で呼び合っちゃってるんですよね。
But in your case, there's still the honorific son, right? You could drop that.
気づいたか。
I wouldn't mind at all if you did, you know. Her reaction is amusing, so I feel like prodding at her a little more.
ですね呼び捨てって思っているよりもかなり恥ずかしいんですよ。
Really? Actually, how would you know that if you've been always been how would you know that if you're always been calling me Makoto-san?
そりゃ思いついた時に試しに口に
Ah, I see. How fascinating. You sure seem to let things slip a lot these days, Hotaru.
部活余裕がないな。
She looks up at the sky in disbelief. Never mind, but I'd like you to call me by just my name.
言霊で無理やり言わせようとしたのちゃんとわかりましたからね。
Can I say, it's a habit. But anyway, let's hear it.
いやだって本当に恥ずかしいんですよ。
Just once, to see how it would sound.
一回だけですよ。やり直したりしませんからね。
Sure.
よし。じゃあ誠
Right, okay. Oh, my heart skipped a beat. すごい。
そりゃ誠さんは新鮮でしょうが先輩後輩という関係もありますしこれは落ち着かないことこの上ありません。
Really?
心相手のおしゃべりでホタルが最近誠がねとか言えませんでしょ。
I guess that would sound kind of strange. Something about it wouldn't really work with Hotaru's personality. Mana refers to me as Makoto all the time, regardless of who she's talking to, but in her case, it just works.
呼び捨ては諦めてください。
Well, I don't want to force you.
それより誠さんが私のことをホタルンと呼んでみたらどうです？
Do you really want to hear that? I notice you're now answering. It turns out she was just joking after all. Before long, we arrive at school. But we go inside, we'll have to split up, so we both naturally come to a stop at the front gate.
それで誠さんの方で考えていた恋人らしさのアイディアはどんなものですか？
I think this is pretty common, but I was thinking we could eat lunch together.
それはまた王道ですね。
And I could even make lunch for you and bring it to school if you like.
そこは王道の逆。いや、最近は男性の方が持ってくるのもありなのかな。
Totally normal. I could even feed it to you if you want.
いくらなんだって需要が男女逆でしょうし、そこまで要求していませんよ。申し訳ないですが、ホタルは食事は静かに食べたい派なんです。
Oh.
ゆっくり噛んで食べないと大きくなれませんからね。
I thought it was going to be because of table manners or something fancy like that, but apparently not. Well, and that's too bad. I wanted to feed her chock full of my cooking.
ほらほら、そんな情けない顔しなさんな。恋人として一緒の登校というイベントをこなしたんですから、これからですよ。
That's true.
何ですか、誠さん。可愛い声を上げてしまって。
It wasn't me. Surely the owner of that cute voice is you, Hotaru.
お二人とも分かっていて言ってますよね。おはようございます、京子さん。
Konnichiwa, Kyoko. Nice weather we're having today. いい天気ですね。
誠くんもすっかり染まってしまって。
Kyoko sighs.
それよりお話が聞こえてしまったのですが、誠くんと蛍ちゃんが恋人に
はい。
脅されて無理やり。
What?
冗談です
Just
よ。
little June.
恋人になって1日目のほやほや状態です。
Hotaru jokingly grabs my arm and hugs it tightly. Her body is soft and warm against mine.
はあ、それはおめでとうございます。
Wait, what's up with her mouth? It's like she's drooling. What do you mean by this? Arigato.
少し意外そうな顔をしていますね。なんでもありません。誠さん、言霊。
We could just ask her, you know. Kyoko, what do you find surprising about it?
変な意味ではないんですよ。
Kyoko is fidgeting uncomfortably as usual, but she seems to be willing to answer my question.
私、誠くんは心ちゃんか愛菜ちゃんと付き合うんじゃないかと思っていたんです。ほらね、みんなその方が自然だと思うんですよ。
Hotaru looks up at me amused. I guess you're right.
まあ、誠さんの問題じゃなくて、蛍が誰かと付き合うとは思われていなかったんでしょうね。そうですね。そういう意味で、変な意味ではないです。
That's the argument. Kokoro and Asagi-san both said the same thing.
ほらねほらね。
But I love you, Hotaru.
蛍も誠さんが好きですわ。
Why is there a whoa? She seems to have finally gotten used to the word as she hugs my waist. Even when I know she's joking around, the word love coming from her mouth automatically makes me happy, as if it were a kotodama.
すごい。これを熱々って言うんです。
熱々。
勉強になります。蛍、熱いのは苦手ですけど。
Then why are you clinging to me like that? Doesn't that make you feel hot?
男の人の体ってがっしりしていて、触れていると安心しますね。
She just likes the abs. That's our soap insert. A girl's body feels so soft and nice to the touch.
エッチいですね。
Oh, she's remembering the tooth-eye state. A shiver seems to run up Kyoko's spine. Maybe she's remembering the time we made love.
まあ、京子さん、蛍と誠さんのことはまだちょっと思うところはあるから、なるべくでいいから内緒にしててね。私が言うのはおがましいですが、こんなところで立ち話している時点で二人とも目立ちすぎています。
I look around, and she's right. Many students are looking at us as they enter the building. For a moment I wonder why, but then I realize. It's because Hotaru is hugging me like this.
注目度で言えばココロンと抱き合っている時の方が上なんですけどね。ちなみに触り心地もココロンの方が上です。 仲良きことは美しきかなですね。さて、
Hotaru steps away from me.
そろそろ行きますか。
Good idea.
はい。あ、そうだ。誠さん、今のうちに一つ。
She holds up a finger.
今日の放課後はホタルは遊べませんので、誘ったり連絡してこなくていいので。
Hmm? Huh? Why not?
昨日言っていたテストのやり直しがあるんですよ。放課後に3時間分も。
Oh, nah. I guess I'll be eating by the time she's done. Alright, I'll wait until you're done.
だからそうやって待たれると気になってしまうから待たないでくださいって言ってるんです。プレッシャーかかりますからね。
Oh. I guess she really doesn't want me to wait.
というわけで京子さん、誠さんのことをお願いしますね。え、私ですか？ココロンやマナちゃんに任せると何があるか分かったものではありませんからね。
It doesn't need either of those two. Kyoko's already,
でも私、ホタルちゃんが恋人になっても誠くんに求められたら拒否できないんですけど。何の話をしているんですか？
Oh. This week's Hotaru. Wait a second. Oh, she forgot about when. Yeah, what are you talking about? The two girls turned to look at me dubiously.
この際誠さんは無視しますか？そうですね。
Huh? Nani? Kyoko, you too? True to their word, they both immediately began to ignore me. These girls have really got me beat today.
話を戻しますが、誠さんの相手が京子さんならそれはそれで構いませんよ。え、いいんですか？ホタル、誠さんがホタルのことを一番好きなら他の子にちょっかいを出すのも仕方ないかなって。
And just like that, we have found salvation. What the hell? Anyway, you know what they say, it's the pass.
器が広いのですね。誠さんの女癖については諦めの境地に達していると言った方が正解でしょう。私も誠くんにご奉仕するのはやぶさかではありませんが。
What the fuck? Is she asking permission to... So what? What the hell is this line? What is she doing? Is she seeking permission to... Again? What are you two talking about? They turn to look at me.
誠さんのすっげべ。
Why am I suddenly the bad guy here?
こんなこと全然急じゃないですよ。
Kyoko looks around.
そろそろ行きませんか？
I look around too. The number of students walking past us has started to diminish.
予令が鳴りそうですね。
One more thing before we go.
なんで？
As she turns to face me, I bring my face close to hers and plant a kiss on her cheek.
おお。
Good luck on your test. I smile at her. She stares at me wide-eyed.
情熱的ですね。
I saw it in the shoujo manga. When the guy suddenly kissed the girl as they were parting, she got mad at him, but then she was happy later.
イケメン専用の技ですね。
Don't worry, we're Chads. Well, am I a ikemen?
誠くんには正直に事実をお伝えしようと思いますが、完全なイケメンの6割くらいでしょうか。
Guys, it's fucking over. We're only 60%. It's unclear whether this kiss strategy would work at that level of hotness. Hotaru finally starts moving again. Okotta?
ホタルはそんな単純に怒ったりしませんから。キリがないからもう教室へ行きます。
Breathing heavily, she stalks away.
怒ってはいないみたいですね。
I don't know. Her reaction was pretty much how it went in the manga too.
今ホタルちゃんこっそりですけどぴょこんってスキップしましたよ。
Man, the power of the simulations, man. How kawaii.
可愛らしいですね。羨ましいです。
You're cute too, Kyoko.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Kyoko and I head to class too. As we enter the building, I hear Kyoko murmur something to herself.
これはホタルちゃんも諦めの境地に至るわけですね。
By the way, what was
おい誠、ホタルちゃんと付き合い出したんだって。
By the way, what was Kyoko asking permission for Hotaru? Anyway, as I enter the classroom, Koichi comes up to me walking faster than usual. I feel a lot of stares from around the room too. What do you know about that?
メールで回ってきた。
He grins and waves his katai at me. Soka. Rumor travels very quickly, it seems.
で、マジなのか？
Yes, I didn't think people would care so much.
まあ、お前はどうでもいいんだよ。みんな、あの水無月ホタルがって驚いてるんだから。
Yeah, people have been telling me that all morning. I smile ruefully. Is it as surprising that Hotaru would have a koibito?
まあ、病院の一人娘で、可愛くて明るくて面白くて、そのくせ今まで恋愛の噂は一切なかった子だからな。これで話題にならないわけがない。夏休みの後ならともかく、夏休みの前にだしな。
Do you like Hotaru to Koichi?
俺は彼女がいるんだって。
Oh, right, I forgot. You're going out with a girl.
だからその、男ともって雰囲気を感じさせる言い方はやめろ。
He's muttering something to himself, but then I realize maybe I can ask him for some advice too. I'm trying to figure out what I should do differently now that Hotaru and I are a couple. What do you do with your kanojo?
あ？質問が分かりづらいが、俺は今は遠距離恋愛だから、あまり参考にならないぞ。
Soka.
それより、どうやってホタルちゃんと。
どきなさい。
The sudden katadama makes Koichi jump out of the aisle. Even I shrink back a little. A space forms between us, and Mana walks right into it.
おはよう、お兄ちゃん。
Hi. That's right. I left her at home without saying anything.
何か言いたいことは？
Yeah.
ありえないわよね。
She's smiling, but her smile is frightening.
威圧感で思わず足が下がったなんて、生まれて初めてだったな。
Koichi's perplexed by the Kotadama's effect as he comes back towards us.
それよりも、
邪魔しないで。
はい。
With a vague look on his face, he returns to his desk. Gomenne, Koichi. I don't mean this as an excuse, but just let me tell you what happened this morning.
これだけ噂になっていれば、何があったかは聞かなくてもわかるわ。
I guess not.
だから正直、別に怒っているわけでもないのよ。
She exhales.
単に、登校の時に誠と話せなかったから、話をしたかっただけ。
I see. Owari, Mana.
ずるい男。
She laughs. I like how she said it. Zuri the otoko. Terrible man. Well, not to try to make it up to you or anything, but Hotaru's busy at her school today, so I can make time to hang out with you if you like.
そうね。
After thinking for a moment, she shakes her head, still smiling.
お断りするわ。誰かの代わりは。もういい。
Yes, you're right, of course. I understand and completely accept how she feels.
あなたがこれからも私を望むときに、私の気が向いたら相手をしてあげる。
This guy. Well, at least it's good to know. You just need to be 60% of what Ikemen. Anyway. You're quite a woman, Nana.
当然でしょ。
She comes closer to me and begins to speak in an undertone.
それより、 聞きたいことがあるの。
What is it? I think homeroom's about to start.
そんなことはどうでもいいわ。誠？あなた最近、言霊の使い方がおかしくない？
Huh? What do you mean?
テストを平均で済ませるとか、そういうこと以外で、言霊を使ってる？
I realize what she's getting at, and I find myself unable to answer for a moment. What she's really asking is, do you have so little life force left that you can barely use your kotodama anymore? To be honest, I do generally feel weaker than I used to. I try clenching my fists. It hasn't been a real problem for me, but I can tell the difference. I'll never be able to speak really strong kotodamas again. If I try to do something on the level of when I say Azuki-san or Mana, all that'll happen is that my life force will run out and I'll die. But that's not the reason why I haven't been using my kotodama much. I've just gotten used to living here in town. I barely needed to use my kotodama recently.
そう。
She looks hard into my eyes. Instead of pressing me with words, she tests me with her gaze.
嘘ではないわね。
I don't lie. Before I can say any more, the bell rings and our homeroom teacher enters the classroom. Mana sits down at her desk, next to mine. Now it's time to get through the last few classes left before Natsuyasumi. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a short break. Okay, I'm back. It looks like it's not going to be hard, though, now that finals are over. Today, we barely got any further in any of our textbooks. Mostly we just got back our exams and went over the hardest problems. Plenty of students were chatting with each other during class in low voices, and the teachers didn't even bother to stop them. After spending an unusually relaxed day at school, now it's time to go home.
これ、やっぱり私たちは登校しなくてもよかったんじゃないかしら。
Mana grumbles to me as she gets up from her desk. We probably only think that because we weren't taking the finals seriously in the first place. When the other students got back their tests, some practically jumped for joy, while others practically wept. Mana and I, on the other hand, just glanced at each other at each exam and put it away.
なるほどね。
She seems to see my point. What are you going to do now, Mana?
隣の町に美味しいシュークリームアイスのお店があるって聞いたから行ってみる。
That sounds so she. She already declined my offer to hang out this morning, so I can't exactly say I want to go with her now.
あずきさんや心の分のお土産も買ってくるから家でおとなしく待っていなさい。
Otanashimi.
まなちゃん、行きましょうか。
Kyoko appears and calls to Mana. Oh, you're going with Kyoko.
京子とは甘いものの話をよくするのよ。
Honto? I look at Kyoko.
はい、結構まなちゃんとはメールしてます。
Ah, soka. Why did Mana get a ketai? Maybe Mana's enjoying life in town even more than I am now.
誠くんも一緒にハイスは。誠は行かない。
You don't have to use you don't have to use Jesus, she used a fucking kotodama just for something like that. Suddenly forgetting what she was going to say, Kyoko tilts her head in confusion. Hotaru specifically said I couldn't hang out with Kyoko after school though. You know what I mean.
それじゃあね、お兄ちゃん。あ、では誠くん、また明日。
Mana grabs Kyoko's hand and pulls her out of the classroom. Well, alright then. What should I do now? Hotaru's busy with her makeup test. Mana and Kyoko are on their way out of town. And Kokoro will be on Kisuten duty for the next few days. Koichi? He's usually the one who comes and talks to me, so I go to his desk for a change.
Huh?
Let's hang out.
ああ、山田の家で何人か集まって AV 見ることになってるんだけどな。
AV? What are guys already beyond this stuff? Since he said watch, I assume some kind of movie or TV show. Well, whatever. Sure, I'll come along.
ははん、お前も好きだな。まあ山田はむっつりでえげつない趣味してるから楽しみにしておけ。
Sounds fun. Koichi looks rather excited on AV. Must be something very enjoyable to watch. I'm starting to get excited too, as I got my things and follow Koichi's group out of the classroom. By the time I left school, the sun was already setting.
さすがに普通の授業をフルに受けた後にテスト3教科はきつい。
It wouldn't be fair to the other students to let me space out my makeup test, though, so I understand why they do it this way.
こういう時、なるほど、言霊でもあればと思いますね。
I grumbled to myself as I gazed out over the lake. Makoto-san. Whenever I'm not thinking about anything else, thoughts of him rise naturally to my mind. Hotaru's boyfriend. Recently, he's finally learned to put on a proper cute smile, though it's still a little awkward. When I think of that smile of his, I start to break into a smile too.
照れちゃうな。
I could never say so if he were here, but now I can. I wonder how much last week's Hotaru loved him. It's kind of sad to think it, but she probably loved him more than the current one does.
自分に嫉妬か。
I never thought I'd find myself thinking such things. After all, she's...
やめやめ。
I should like to think about things that aren't fun or amusing. I'll text Makoto-san later. If I feel like hearing his voice, I can call him.
というか、今日の放課後何してるんだろう。変な遊びとかしてないといいけど。
He couldn't actually be doing something sexual with Kyoko-san. Could he? I told Kyoko-san about the out-of-town ice cream shop's new menu item, so that should take care of both her and Mana-chan. And Kokoro says she's minding the Kisuten today. Oh, okay. He's the one who's making sure he doesn't go off doing stuff. I mean, compared to the stuff he does with these women, an AV is totally nothing at all. So, Makoto-san must be, well, how do I put this? He doesn't understand the meaning of the word normal, so who knows what he's doing.
楽しいことだよって言われたら、危ないお薬とかにも手を出してしまいそうだし。
Actually, he could probably give himself a high. He could probably give himself a high using his kotodama. Actually, he could.
えげつないな。
But I'm just talking to myself. I can't stay here forever, trying to escape from reality. The sun's about to set, and night is about to fall. I mentally prepare myself, then turn to leave. It's time for my meeting. Instead of heading to the house in the back of the lot, I enter the viewing doors. My footsteps echo a walk. By now, the sun has fully set, and as usual, the corridor is very dark. I'm beset with the sensation that at the end of the corridor lies not patient rooms, but the morgue. The morgue, a special room in which the dead are laid to rest. Growing up as the musume of parents who own a byoin, Hotaru always knew such a room existed, though she hadn't seen it. She knew that the byoin was a place where life both passed away and emerged new. One summer day, when she was very young, she decided to sneak into the byoin, hoping to find the morgue and catch the glimpse of a dead body. She didn't have any particular reason. As a curious child, she just wanted to see what that looked like. She absolutely had to know, no matter what. She found herself walking underground, down a long dark corridor, much like the one I'm in now. It was very quiet, and while she tried to walk as softly as possible, she could hear her breathing and heartbeat pounding in her ears. It felt like she was the only person left alive on Earth. Each step she took was bringing her one step closer to death. In the end, though, young Hotaru never made it to the morgue, turned back and fled. When she reached the surface and came out, I remember how good the sunshine felt on her skin, how good the cicada's cry felt in her ears. By approaching that, she was able to feel even more strongly that she was alive. You could say she was a coward for not going all the way to the morgue, but you could also say that her cowardice was perfectly human. In which case, what am I? As I walk straight towards that now. It's almost unimaginable that the young Hotaru of those days is connected to who I am now.
私は誰になってしまったの？
I continue down the hallway into the darkness and determined to find the answer to that question. Oh, now we're going to the so-called mystery person. I like how there's green tea on the table. And what is the yellow thing on the left? Never mind. I open the door to the room and find the inside barely lighter than on the outside. But on top of the dark bed, something even darker squirms.
こんなに暗いところじゃ日傘の意味ないね。
I look around the room and voice my dissatisfaction.
ふん
A laugh? A scoff? Whatever it is, the sound coming from the darkness lying in the bed.
日傘なんてどうでもいい。そう
You might not care, but to me, it's very precious. That's why the parasol is mine and not yours. It's time for my usual report, but I'm uncertain where to begin. As I hesitate, the darkness speaks first.
テストどうだった？よくないよ。分かりきってるくせに。
I sigh.
いくら1年生の最初のテストで簡単だって言っても、もうちょっと普段から勉強しておいてくれないと困る。私が困るとあなたも困るでしょ。
It laughs softly. Huh. It's in a rather good mood considering how much pain it seems to be in. I think back over yesterday's report, keeping my face neutral as I try to make sure I got my story straight. I still haven't revealed that I'm started dating Makoto-san. Or is it obvious from the fact that he gave me a parasol? But the story about the necklace seemed to draw its attention far more. Anyway, Makoto-san's confession was a surprise to me, so this thing shouldn't be expecting it either. In conclusion, I haven't been found out just yet. So I decided to put on a relaxed smile and ask my question straight.
機嫌が良さそうだけどどうしたの？今日の昼間最近の検査の結果が出た。そうなんだ。よかったの？
It laughs, or clears its throat.
もって8月の終わり。悪ければあと1週間持つかどうかだそうよ。ああ、そう。
Well, that certainly is laughable. I was prepared for this day to come, but now that it's finally here, I can feel a twinge of pity.
よく持った方がいいんじゃないかな。今まで散々死にそうだ死にそうだって言われてたんだし。ふざけるな。
Its mood suddenly darkening dramatically. The thing on the bed throws a box at me. Oh wait, there is like a cake down there. I mean, the remains of some pastry. Anyway, the absolute state of this woman. Its smooth sailing. Okay, I already said that. But its aim is terrible, and its arm weak. The box doesn't reach me and falls to the ground at the side of the bed. It's white and made of paper. A cake box? A leftover slice had fallen out, and now there are crumbs and icing smeared on the carpet. Yeah, I was right, it was a cake. Well, the cake is no surprise. It's barely eaten anything, but cake and cookies for quite a while. I glanced at the thing and decided to ignore it.
じゃあ、これが最後の夏なんだね。最後にしないためにお前がいるんだろう。
It curses painfully, struggling to speak.
急げよ。いつまで遊んでるつもり。
I want to tell it that it doesn't matter to me whether it lives or dies, but I stopped myself. I'm not fucking around at all. In fact, Makoto-san has taken me as his lover. He's chosen Hotaru. Despite my best efforts, I've come one step closer to my objective.
1週間か。死なない。
It whispers from its bed.
私は死なない。死ぬもんか。生きてやる。生きてやる。私が死ぬなら全員死ね。私は最後まで生きる。死ね、死ね。誰でもいい。私の代わりに死ぬんだ。
Its words are no longer directed to me. And that even remembers that it's not alone in the room. So I give up on delivering the rest of my report and leave. As I step outside into the world of the living, the heat makes me sigh softly. I wonder what's the deal with like the Hotaru looking figure. Well, you could also say she's Hotaru as well. But like the question is, what the hell is our Hotaru and the Hotaru in the bed? What the hell are those? Well, anyway, whatever. The room is far too cold. The night air, still warm from the heat of day, makes my sweet bed on my skin. Bead on my skin, proving to me that it's summer and that I'm alive.
1週間か。
Today is Tuesday. There are only 5 more days until the end of the week. 4 days is far too short to contain a normal romance. I'm not feeling rush because the thing on the bed told me to rush. Hurry. I myself am running out of time too.
あの人のこと好き？
I ask myself the question. I do. I love him. I love him so much.
そう。
I smile in relief in my heart's instant answer. I just love him. Not for any particular reason, and that's fine. It's more than fine.
それなら仕方ないね。好きになってしまったのなら、ホタルのこと全部伝えなきゃ。
Perhaps this is my own true role to play. I take out my katai. So when he's referring to Hotaru, he's referring to that thing. And a while ago, she was trying to avoid saying anything to the other Hotaru. So what? Never mind. It's nice time, and I'm lying on my bed, unable to stop fidgeting. Everything is the fault of those AV I watch at school. It's so bad that Kokoro even asked me what I was fidgeting over at dinner. Who knew that such a basic exists in the world? I'm still moved. What's the tears in my face? I feel almost as moved as when Asaki-san came back to the Myomi. That's scared. I had to thank Koichi and Yamada-kun for this precious experience. I've never seen other people having sex before, specifically close up like that, and he knew that there were so many complicated positions and techniques. I have to try some of them one of these days. But with whom? Of course, the first person who comes to mind is my new Kanajo, Hotaru. But I want to make sure I treat her right too. What the hell does this mean? He obviously knows he didn't treat the other tree right. I can't help but laugh at myself to think that when I first came down from the mountains, Kokoro said my ideas about romance were weird. No, I want for Hotaru and me to take our relationship slow. The times I made love to Kokoro, Kyoko, and Mana, there was always some kind of pressing issue that always forced us to get in the way. But right now, there's no problem. Nothing is wrong. And what's more, Hotaru is Tokubetsu. She has a noble, almost mystical spirit. I don't want to do wrong by her. No matter how much I may want to move forward quickly with her, I feel it's better to take it slow. Real slow. Nice and slow. Yeah. With a feather touch at first, and then he's already thinking about how to have sex with her. Nice. Yeah. If I let my mind drift in that direction, my resolve will weaken. I could be squirming on top of my bed. What I have to say, this feeling is pretty fun. This part of romance too. Well, that's fine. Once the Natsuyasumi begins, there'll be plenty of time to... Suddenly, my cat eye buzzes. It's a Meilu from Hotaru. Can I call you? I wonder what this is about. Instead of replying, I just call her number. She picks up almost before the first ring.
こんばんは、誠さん。
Konbanwa? What's up? It sounds like you're outside. I get up and sit on the edge of my bed.
ああ、ええ。ちょっと夜の散歩をしています。
A yoru no sampo? All by yourself? It could be dangerous. Should I come and join you?
いいえ、散歩といっても家の敷地の中です。
That seems safe enough then. Sorry, I interrupted you. What did you want to talk about?
いいんです。恋人の声が聞きたかっただけなんです。
I see. I should have anticipated that and called you first.
ホタルはそういう不器用なあなたが好きなんですから、あまりまともにはならないでください。
Soka. I'm not sure whether I should be happy or dismayed that my Kanajo wants me to be abnormal.
明日の放課後、そちらの家に遊びに行ってもいいですか？
Sure, no problem. But Kokoro's on duty at the Kissaten tomorrow. So, are you asking me to take over Kokoro's ship?
ああ、違うんです。ココロンと遊ぶ旅に行くという意味じゃないんです。
I'm still surprised our guy got this far with this kind of intellect, man. But I guess maybe it's better to retard Max, I guess.
あなたに会いたいんです。
Me? Oh, I see. Wakatta. I still don't think I get what she's saying, but hanging out with her tomorrow sounds good to me.
あと、もう一つ、お願いが。
Hi?
その、ですね。学園が終わってから、1時間くらいしたら行きますので、それまでにシャワーを浴びておいてほしい。
Damn, you just know. Holy shit. It's time. Shower.
すみません。
The anguish cry coming from the catite startles me. And it's not just the sound of it. Why is she apologizing to me?
とにかくお願いします。
No. Before I can press her any further, she hangs up on me. I stare at my cat-eye. Should I call her back? Sitting on my bed, I think for a while. Huh? Wait. Is that what she... Like, oh, it took him a while before to realize. Was she trying to say that she wants to have sex with me tomorrow? Holy crap! Now that I've realized I can't contain my excitement. Is that really it? I rolled back and forth in my bed. I was planning to masturbate to my memories of those AV before I went to sleep. I'll go to sleep early tonight. I want tomorrow to come as soon as possible. Though I don't know if I'll be able to sleep very well. Just so you know, you don't need to do the shower thing, but it's preferred to. Anyway, what am I randomly saying? The next day, I was so preoccupied with what was going to happen after school that I could barely pay attention to anything.
今日はどうしたの？
Totally understandable. Just as school is about to end for the day, Mana worries over me for the umpteenth time. It's nothing really. I'm trying not to let it show in my face, but I guess it's impossible. As expected, nothing important happened in class today, so whatever. What are your plans today, Mana?
京子が3つ隣の町に美味しいドーナツの店があるって話を持ってきたの。
I like how the plan is basically figure out the sweet shop that could get both of them out. That's amazing.
そう、素晴らしいわ。
Her eyes are sparkling. Honestly, I'm glad she's not going to be home today, but somehow this seems awfully convenient. Like 2 days in a row? Really? I look at Kyoko, who's packing up her things. She's smiling a little sheepishly to herself. Hotaru. I only know one person who can orchestrate people's behavior in this kind of scale.
何？
Betsuni?
それよりもドーナツよ、ドーナツ。誠も一緒に行く？
I'll pass, thanks.
そう？もしかして体調が悪い？
You already asked me that yesterday, you worrywart.
昨日は昨日よ。今日は顔が赤いし、挙動不審だし。
She reaches toward me. I don't stop her. Her cool hand feels nice against my forehead.
やっぱり少し暑いわね。
I'm fine, really. No, maybe I have a slight cold.
それなら私が家で看病して。
No, you go and eat your donutsu. He had to use his kotodama for it. He's like, I'd rather use my kotodama, man. I'm gonna use it, man. No, this is a good situation for that. Oops, that came out as a kotodama. She seemed to notice and shakes her head slightly. Sorry, do whatever you like. I put in a little more feeling on the second kotodama than the first.
ありがとう。
I was careless.
そうね。でもまあ、いいんじゃない？それが私たちなんだから。それじゃあまり遅くならないうちに帰るから。
She and Kyoko wave as they leave the classroom. I look at the madoka. The sky is clear today, just like yesterday. Even in the air-conditioned classroom, I'm sweating a little. I feel almost as hot in my clothes as it looks outside. After that, I returned home and took a shower like Hotaru asked. I paid extra special attention to cleaning my groin area.
妙な時間にお風呂に入ってたんだね、兄さん。
As I come out of the bathroom, across the cafe kitchen floor to go upstairs, Kokoro notices me. There aren't any customers around right now, and Azuki-san is off somewhere too. Hi, Kokoro.
ホタルが今日遊びに来るんだよね。自宅デートだね。
Who told you?
ホタルんだよ。同じクラスだもん。
Home date. So that's how Hotaru explained it to her then. Does she understand what that means though? Usually that's what it means. Usually. Well, yes, that's right. That's why I took a shower. I was worried I might be kind of sweaty.
今さらそんなの気にしたって兄さんの部屋じゃ意味ないのに。
Huh? Really?
うん。兄さんの匂いでいっぱい。She
flashes me a strange smile. You just know what she was thinking there.
もともとは私とお母さんだけだったけど、今はもう家中のどこでも兄さんの匂いがするよ。
Smell of a man.
男の人の匂いだね。
Oh, there you go. I knew it. Stoka. Shit, I just got hard. Totally understandable though. Since what I'm about to do with Hotaru has been on my mind all day, even stuff like this from Kokoro is setting me off. And Kokoro still loves me, and even still wants my body. Obviously. The weird fact, you know, you're so fucking in if a woman starts thinking about you when she starts smelling you or something like that. Or starts commenting about your smell.
まあ私の部屋は今はマナちゃんもいるからものすごくいい匂いだけどね。
That's true.
羨ましいでしょう。
Oh yes, very much. Thankfully, she isn't taking the conversation in a weird direction, so I managed to calm myself down.
ちなみにホタルンが来たらお菓子と飲み物を持っていこうか。
That's okay. No, that's okay. I'll make some myself and take them upstairs.
ほいほーい。
The front door opens. My heart jumps as I turn around, but it's just a customer.
いらっしゃいませ。
I'll head upstairs now. Kokoro's busy serving the customer now, so I don't need to talk to her any further.
よし。お母さんもいないし、私の考えた新レシピを食べてもらうチャンス。
You know what? Actually, I was wondering about this. Like, if she's minding the kids and mom's out, like, who the hell's doing the cooking? No. Kokoro.
何？
No cooking until Ka-san gets back. That is word, Kotodawa. After returning to my room, I sit on the bed and keep glancing at the clock impatiently as I wait. I was in the shower for about 20 minutes, and changing clothes and make drinks took about 10. So in the worst case, I might have to wait another half an hour for Hotaru to arrive. Should I clean up my room a bit? Please do. I stand up. But I always keep my room clean anyway, so there's nothing to clean. Alright, whatever, Chad. I sit down again. What am I? A dote? Who would have thought I'm getting so excited after all these years? I left my room door slightly ajar. Why? So I can hear what's going on downstairs. Several customers seem to have entered the kisa, and I hear the front door opening and closing, as well as Kokoro's energetic voice. I look at the clock again, and it's been 1 minute since the last time I looked. Totally understandable. Wait, when I lived in the village, I used to be really good at killing time. I close my eyes. I think about those long nights in the village when I had nothing to do. Thinking of nothing, I simply breathe. First I inhale, then I exhale. Just by repeating those 2 steps, I begin to calm down. I'm not calming down at all. My heart shows no sign of slowing. I open my eyes again. I can't help but laugh at myself. Jeez, just how lucky of a guy am I?
あ、ホタル、いらっしゃい。ココロン、アロハ。
It's so fucking time. Suddenly, I hear Kokoro call out especially cheerily downstairs, though I can't hear exactly what she said. I also hear Hotaru's voice. I start to get up to go and meet her, but I immediately hear footsteps coming up the stairs. They're very light. A girl's footsteps.
こんにちは、誠さん。
Konnichiwa. As I greet her, my mind still feels foggy. She must have taken a bath too. A nice smell comes wafting from her direction. Her hair also looks a little damp. Man, she literally ran. She didn't even finish. Like she really just took a shower. Just went straight there.
お風呂入ってくれたんですね。
She smiles. She must have been making the same observations about me. Hi.
すみません、なんだか急にいろいろと。
That's fine, if anything. I'm very happy I get to spend time with you.
よく ますよ。
She does smile at my words, but her eyes are looking around restlessly. I stand in front of her. Hotaru, I know this is going to be sudden, but there's something I want to check with you.
はい、なんでしょう。
You sound kind of different today.
いっぱいいっぱいで。
Am I right that you come to my room today because you want to make love to you? You want me to make love to you?
はい。
Hotaru makes another weird sound. Sorry, I didn't say that right. The way I put it just now, it's like I'm letting her do all the work. I gaze seriously at her again. Hotaru, I want to make love to you. But if I'm misunderstanding your intentions, if there's something you don't want me to do. Her voice is terribly soft.
勘違いじゃないし。お願いします。いや、どう考えてもエッチなこととか私より誠さんの方が得意そうだし。
This is phrased nicely. Like, I clearly don't know anything about sex compared to you. But the thing is, in his memory, he had already had sex with her, right? But like, it's phrased in a way that he might not bring it up because it's about experience rather than like, oh, we actually did it before. Don't you remember? I see. So I was right after all.
よか
Oh,
ったら
he's thinking about it.
話なんかせず勢いで抱いてくれてもいいんですけど。
Okay, I think he's gonna bring it up because obviously they had sex before. No. Can we chat a bit first, baby? I look at her puzzled. I mean, I assume maybe you had something you wanted to talk about. She nods, more quiet than usual. Well, I say that, but recently I started to wonder whether this is the real Hotaru, and the noisy one I've come to know was just a temporary phenomenon. Maybe deep down she's easily embarrassed, easily surprised and timid. She puts her hand to her heart and takes a breath, then looks up at me again.
私多分男の人を好きになるって気持ちが本当はよく分かっていないんです。全然今まで考えたことも感じたこともなくて、からかったり茶化してしまったり。
I know. I nod gently as I speak to her. I already figured that out from how everyone reacted when they heard she was going out with me.
あ、でも誠さんのことは好き、大好きなんです。
Arigato.
どういたしまして。
She seems relatively calm when she replies to my arigato with toitashimashite. I guess it goes to show how well she was raised.
で
I mean, she's an angel.
誠さんと恋人として過ごす普通の生活はいろいろと新鮮で変な感じで楽しいです。
Strange, huh?
悪い意味じゃないよ。
I see. I can't help but smile. But she seems too focused right now to crack a smile of her own.
だからいろいろと初めてのことで戸惑ったり慌てたりしながら考えたんです。このままじゃちゃんとした恋人になるのに時間かかっちゃいそうだし、考えて好きだから考えて心が動かないなら体からでもいいんじゃないかなって、変な意味じゃなくて体がつながれば心の感覚もちゃんとつながるんじゃないかって。だから
Hotaru. I call her name, interrupting her. The music stops. You just know. He's gonna bring it up. And just like she once did to me in the classroom, I put my hand over her eyes. Her shoulders tremble for a moment, then she accepts me. I close my eyes and place my lips over hers. A silent kiss. To make her less nervous, less hurried. As I withdraw, she exhales a warm breath with a dazed expression. It's so cute that I can't help but wrap my arms around her. Hotaru, I understand what you're trying to say. So, you don't have to say any more. As I hold her, I could tell her pulse is rapid. Hotaru, your heart is beating so fast.
誠さんもだよ。
She giggles. Then she stands on tiptoe and sticks out her tongue to lick my mouth. As if a bird is pecking at my lips. Then she pushes on my chest. Hotaru. With her strength, the push doesn't move me, but I can tell she wants me to sit down, so I do.
私から誘ったんですから。考えてきたんですよ。
She whispers in a strained voice. I planned to start by caressing her body for a while to help her relax, but oh well. I lie back on the bed, ready to let Hotaru take the lead. As soon as she's nestled against me, unable to suppress her rough breathing any longer. Lying down beside me, she clings to my waist.
うーん。
She's awkwardly squirming around my crotch. Do you not know how to do it by any chance?
そんなことありません。ジャストフィットする場所を探してるんです。
Just a fit. Just a fit? Whatever. Seeing Hotaru look so concerned over trying to pleasure me makes me happy and horny.
とりあえず、誠さんのあれを取り出します。
Okay. I wouldn't mind pulling out my chimpo on my own, but I'll let her handle it. I'm well aware of what she's going to do. As Hotaru pants in embarrassment, she loosens my belt and unzips my pants.
もう頭が熱くなってる。どうにかなりそう。
Experience enthusiasm from someone like Mana is good too. But these sort of innocent reactions aren't bad either.
なんか熱いぐにゃっとしたものが。
Hotaru timidly puts her hand inside my pants and touches my junk. Hotaru's nervous grip and the excitement from knowing that she's the one touching me causes my dick to get erect in the blink of an eye.
大きくなってる？
Because what you're doing feels good.
そうですか。私相手でもちゃんと興奮するんですね。
Mochiron. I pat her kind head.
子供扱いじゃないか。
I'm not. I trail my hand over from her head to her ear and trail the contours. I'm treating you like a koibito. Hotaru lets out a stimulated sigh. Please, I softly and gently caress every nook and cranny of her ear.
耳でこんなに気持ちいいなんて。もう手つきがエッチいですね。
Hotaru, you said you were going to make me feel good, but all I see is you feeling good instead. I asked for her to give me loving with a smirk. But back when we fucked in the classroom, it was all for her sake. But today, now that she's my koibito, this is for both of us. I'm going to enjoy myself as well.
はい。
With an expression that simulates my carnal desires, Hotaru grasps my dick firmly this time. And doesn't sound like it's coming from the first floor or after just climbing the stairs. It's coming from right outside the door. We were so focused on what we were doing that we neither heard or noticed her.
兄さん、なんか妙に静かなんだけど、ホタルいるの？
She starts to open the door without waiting for a reply. Kokoro! Shit! What do I do? Kokoro's already pulling the door, so I had to make a decision and fast. Hotaru tries to hurry to her feet, but even if she makes it in time, I'll be left with my dick out in the open.
わかりましたから、自分で脱ぎますから。
Okay. I'm a tad disappointed, but this is interesting in its own right. I sit on the bed and watch her. My still exposed cock is getting chilly from being out in the open.
脱ぎますから。少しだけ目をつぶるか、別の方を向いていてもらえませんか？
We're kind of past that now, aren't we?
言いたいことはわかりますけど、ホタル、初めてなんですから、そういうところは少し手加減してください。
Oh, this should ring alarm bells to Makoto. By the way, during the 18, he kept thinking about the first time he did it with her, so... First time? Well, I guess it's her first time getting naked. This guy. I turn my eyes elsewhere, just like she asked, but I keep my ears perked in delight. I hear hot grunts along with a rustling of fabric. She starts with her tunic. No, sound isn't right. That doesn't sound right. It's her skirt. I guess she's sticking it off from the bottom. Now she's untying the cords on the showy tunic, then her shirt. She gives a especially hot grunt, and after some hesitation, I hear cloth rustling. She's smiling at her Ducky. This is great.
いいですよ。
I could. All right, welcome back. 10 out of 10. Would watch it again. Yeah, he learned a lot from watching the simulations. I need to stretch from that. Anyway. Hotaru seems unsteady on her feet as she puts her clothes back on. Actually, Hotaru said a lot of things that should have rang alarm bells on his head, because she kept saying stuff saying first time or whatever, and he he didn't react to that. Daijoubu? I felt pleasantly drained too, but I recovered fast enough to already be done putting my clothes on.
大丈夫です。ちょっと予想以上にエッチって気持ちよすぎて膝が。
I was worried she might be feeling sick, but apparently she's just still in trance.
熱い。
She hugs herself, a slight smile on her face. Then she slowly draws her hands to her belly.
ちょっとお腹の中がゴロゴロしてる。
She didn't use the word seiki, but it's still a lewd thought. Smiling at her amusing report, I turn to look out the window. It's still quite bright outside. What should we do now? Do you want to go downstairs and get some cold drinks?
今日は早めに帰ります。
Already?
いえ、変な意味でなく、私がヘロヘロすぎて、ココロンならまだしも、今の姿をマナちゃんやあずきさんに見られると、いろいろ気づかれそうで、あと、家でも夕飯前にお風呂に入り直したいんです。
What's wrong with people realizing what we did?
女の子には いろいろあるんですよ。
There's a faint sensuality to her smile. Ah, you were right. I'm repressed and happy.
どうしました？
Before we made love, you wondered whether connecting to me physically would help you connect to me emotionally too. Well, I think it did help. You feel different somehow.
私が？
Looking at you now, yes, you do.
そうだったらいいな。
She brings her face close to mine. I lean forward. Our lips meet. She makes a small sound as we kiss, and after our lips part, our face remain in close range. とっても可愛い。
このままだともう一回したくなっちゃいそう。
I'm willing. Come on, let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm so down for that. I already do. I grasp her arm, but she looks at my hand and gently shakes her head.
こらこら、さすがに手加減してくださいよ。ホタルは誠さんと違って初めてだったんですから。これ以上されたら自分の足で帰れなくなっちゃいます。
Bro, you should have posted that clarity. You should react to this now, okay? What? I'm stunned. But Hotaru, not noticing, slips from my grasp and hops a few steps backward.
危ない危ない。じゃあ誠さん、今後は恋人としてバージョンアップしたホタルにご期待ください。
What does she mean by this? Like, okay, so far we established she kind of loses her memory on the weekend, but I think if she tells the Hotaru on the bed what she did and how she experienced and what she feels and all that, it gets it remains in her memory, I guess. The Hotaru that we talked to, whatever she is, but it's Hotaru, so Hotaru is Hotaru, and yeah. With that, she leaves the room. All I could do is watch her recede. First time. I think she said that once or twice just now, but bro, more than once or twice. She said it so many multiple times during sex. That's impossible. I mean, I made love to her that day in the classroom, bathed in the orange glow of sunset. In which case, was she joking just now about it being her first time? But no. I thought it bled when I entered her today too. And the way she reacted felt like it was her first time too. Huh? I'm a little confused. Is it possible for her hymen to grow back since then? I don't know that much about anatomy, but I never heard of such a thing. I just don't understand. But well, there's one possibility I can think of. Could it be that the Hotaru I met that day and the Hotaru I met today were different people? Otago, maybe? Yeah, that's stupid. I love how overactive my imagination is. No, she must have been joking, and I, clueless as I am, took her seriously. I decided abandon this unsolvable dilemma and lie back on my bed. He was this close. To think that there really is something strange, man. Oh, man. He's literally retard maxing. Christ. I'll take a break. That disappointed me, but I think it's kind of expected of him as well. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I feel pleasantly tired. I want to just drift off to sleep like this. I close my eyes. My bed smells nice today. It smells like her. As my consciousness fades, I hope the smell will stay with me for a while. A few more days pass. Now, finally, the spring term at school is ending.
ああ、終業式とか面倒だったな。朝のホームルームで成績表だけ渡して終わりにすりゃいいのに。
We've just come from the gym, where the closing ceremony was being held, back to the classroom. Koichi's words are harsh, but he seems to be in a good mood. I thought the principal made some good points in his speech.
夏休みだからって遊んでばっかじゃダメだぞとか、夜更かしするなだろ。
教室で座ってるだけより立ってる方がマシじゃない？
Mana slips out of the group of girls and comes over to us. It was impressive to see all the students in the school together in one place.
朝とか休み時間の廊下も人が多いけれど、この建物にあんなにたくさんの人間が詰め込まれているのね。
In the morning, it kind of looks like the building is sucking them up like a sponge.
まあなんだ。そういえば久しぶりにお前らが世間知らずだって思い出す感想だな。
Soon, our homeroom teacher arrives and talks for a bit and then dismisses us.
これで夏休みだな。
So saying, he heads off to his desk. Natsuyasumi. Sitting at my own desk, I look out the madoka up at the Sora. Other than school closing temporarily, nothing is actually changing in the world at large. Still, this feels like some kind of turning point. Just like the day Hotaru and I became koibito. Something fun is going to start happening pretty soon. I can feel it.
Makoto-san?
Leaving the school building, we find Hotaru and Kokoro waiting for us at the gate.
騒がしい。マナちゃんったら恥ずかしがっちゃって。
Kokoro slides up to Mana, leaning against her arm. Mana twitches in surprise.
どういう意味よ。いや、どういう意味もないよ。適当に言っただけ。ああ、そう。ホータルン、マナちゃんはどうしてびっくりしたの？家族思いの照れ隠しとして呆れて見せたのを見破られたと感じたからじゃないかな。ああ、そういうことか。
Kokoro beams at Mana, using Hotaru as a translator. Now that's smart. So, I look around. Students continue to leave the building in waves. It's the same as any other day. But the smiles on all their faces are even broader than they were after the last day of finals. And this is Natsuyasumi, huh?
そう、これが夏休
Everyone looks like they're having fun. They're all so happy.
みんなが笑顔だからさらにみんなが笑顔になっちゃうんだよね。すごい言葉。
I agree. But Mana is smiling despite her apparent criticism. This is what it means for people to connect with each other.
ほら、お腹が空いたし帰りましょう。そうだね。お腹がいっぱいになればもっと幸せになれるもんね。カレーが食べたいわ。
I think it's still pretty early for lunch though. I take out my ketai to check the time. All we had today was the closing ceremony in homeroom, so it's around 11 a.m.
あ、私も一緒に行きます。私？
Oh yeah, she rarely does the watashi, right? Wait, sorry, I clicked the line too early.
あ、私も一緒に行きます。折り紙でお昼を食べようと思ってるから。
Mana cocks her head to the side.
そうそう。ホタル最近たまにだけど、私って言うようになったよね。痛い子だった時期が終わりかけてるんだ。冗談だよ。私だけの思い出が増えてきたから。ホタルって言わなくても良くなっただけ。
I like how this is very straightforwardly said. In plain sight.
何言ってるの？おかしな子ね。
As they talk, the three girls start walking, but Hotaru lags behind them a little and comes up next to me.
誠さん？さっきから静かですね。
Not really. It's more just that I can't seem to get a word in edgewise.
それもそうか。 女の子同士のおしゃべりは真剣で切り合ってるみたいなものですからね。男の子のチャンバラとは違います。
So kawaii. I remember Mana and Nozomi's conversations used to get a little scary too back in the day. ところで, if you're coming to the Kisa for lunch, are you going to hang out with Kokoro afterward?
まさかお目当ては誠さんですよ。
I'm happy to hear that. We look at each other and chuckle. You seem different from usual today, Hotaru. I'm not sure how to put it, but I don't know. You just feel different. As the struggle explained, she covers her mouth with her hand as if to suppress a smile.
もしもそう思うのなら正解でしょうね。
Did something happen?
何かって
The smile with her in her hand blooms like a flower, becoming too broad to conceal.
好きな人が目の前にいるから。心から好きな人がいるとこんなにも世界が違って見えるんだね。
She gently takes my hand.
おっと、さすがに驚いた。
Well, yes. I think I'm blushing, but that's okay. I'll look up at the sky. The world seems brighter today. The two of us start walking. There isn't enough space on the sidewalk for all four of us to walk abreast, so Mana and Kokoro keep walking in front with Hotaru and me behind. Mana and Kokoro are busy talking about their report cards. I assume Mana's is straight C's, just like mine, so I doubt she has much to say about it.
誠さん、お願いがあるんですけど、
Sure.
次の曲がり角でこっそり左に曲がりましょう。
Huh? Without telling Mana and Kokoro? They'll take us in the wrong direction though.
それが目的です。よく考えればここで前の2人と離れてしまう方が誠さんと長く一緒にいられるから。
She grins. I just got done saying she feels different today, but her lover prank seems the same as ever. Well, it sounds fun to me too. We come up to an intersection and surreptitiously turn left. Hotaru bursts out laughing and finally opens her parasol. So I'm guessing she brings the parasol to the other Hotaru, and then every morning she goes there and picks it up. I guess.
今頃マナちゃん怒ってるだろうな。
No, Mana has gotten used to us being a couple recently. If anything, Kokoro's the one who will be mad that we disappeared.
それもそっか。
You're in a good mood today.
なんでわかるんですか？
It's obvious from how she's twirling the parasol, but she must not be aware of that habit of hers. I laugh. Let's just say I figured out one of your tells too.
ホタル、そんなにわかりやすい癖はないはずですけど。
Anyway, if you're not going back to the Kisa, what do you want to do for lunch?
何か歩きながらでも食べられるもので済ませればいいんですよ。湖のそばならお土産屋さんやら何やらもあるし、食べ物には困らないでしょう。
I've seen places around here selling kakigori, hansan, and popsicles before.
それは食事じゃないんじゃないかな。
Good point. It'll probably count if I was with Mana though. Well, there are those places selling yakisoba or takoyaki in plastic boxes.
話していた
I'm
ら
kind of crazy for
何
takoyaki
か
now.
食べたくはなりますね。
Yeah, but as healthy as an appetite as anyone I see.
笑わなくてもいいじゃないですか。ホタルこそが育ち盛りなんですよ。
At that moment, a bead of sweat drips down my cheek. Man, it sure is hot though.
時期的にも今までの夏に比べてこれからの夏がまさに本番ですからね。
Here at the lakeshore, there's a good amount of wind, but also barely any shade, and the wind coming from the lake is full of moisture. I'm used to being outside in the heat of summer, but even I'm dying for something to drink. I'm not hungry yet, but let's get some drinks or something else cold.
そうですね。
We wander back into town. Hotaru looks nice and cool under her parasol. I almost want one too. We peek into a shop or two, buy some cold things, and return to the lake. I got a soda and Hotaru got a kakigori. She makes a crunchy slushy sound as she stirs the kakigori around in its cup before spooning it into her mouth.
そういえば今年初めてかき氷食べたはずだけど、これぞ夏って感じですね。
It looks tasty.
美味しいですよ。慌てて食べると頭が痛くなりますけど。
Take it slow then. I gaze at Hotaru as she stares the concoction. There's something I'm wondering about. I get that blue Hawaii is blue colored, but what does it taste like? That's the flavor of kakigori she bought, but I never heard of it. I know about lemons, strawberries, and watermelons, but I never heard of blue Hawaii. Is it a kind of fruit?
いえ、ないと思います。ハワイという海外の南国の島があるのですが、そこの青い海をイメージしてるんじゃないかな。違うのかな。
They all taste the same, they just have different flavors. Anyway, Hotaru doesn't seem to know either.
気になるなら、ブルーハワイの名前の由来をネットで検索しますけど。
No, it's okay. You don't have to go that far.
まあ、味は誠さんが飲んでるラムネみたいなものです。
The color is so different that I can't imagine they taste similar. I put the ramen to my mouth. The carbonation burns my throat as it goes down. I've already experienced it with other kinds of soda before, but I still can't drink carbonated drinks more than a little at a time. While I wait for my throat to recover, I swirl the bottle, making the glass marble in the neck rattle. The bottle is translucent greenish color, and it sparkles in the sunlight, just like the surface of the lake. It's beautiful here.
情緒たっぷりですね。
Hotaru sidles up to me.
あ、青い？
She sticks out her tongue playfully. The center part of her tongue is dyed in deep blue color, rarely seen in nature. Yes, very blue.
誠さんもかき氷にすればよかったのに。なんなら少しあげましょうか？
She sticks her spoon back into the kakigori with a crunch. Suddenly, I feel like playing a trick on her. It's midday, so there are a fair number of people at the lake, but none of them are very close by.
誠さん？
She holds out the spoon with her some ice on it.
ってされたいの？
That would be nice, but Hotaru, I want you to eat that spoonful yourself.
いらないの？
She cocks her head to the side in a cute motion, then puts the spoon in her mouth. I immediately take the spoon with her mouth, from her hand and kiss her. Nice. She makes a surprise sound naturally, but I don't stop. I send my tongue through her open lips in her mouth. Hotaru's body stiffens, but she doesn't push me away. Using my tongue, I find hers and suck it into my own mouth. I feel like a butterfly sucking nectar from a flower. I deliberately make as many lewd sounds as I can. My tongue dances with hers. Now this is what I call a sweet kiss, literally. It's also a colder kiss than any I shared with Mana before. But soon Hotaru's tongue and mouth start to return to body temperature. Eventually I feel her hand tapping on my chest. I finally move away from her. Her face is red and she's swaying dizzily from side to side. Maybe she wasn't getting enough air. This is sweet. It's like sweet sugar water. I lick my lips, savoring the taste of the blue syrup and the feeling of our kiss.
なんてことを急に。
Oh, you know, you were so kawaii. I just couldn't stop myself.
可愛いとか好きとか言えば何をしてもいいわけじゃないんですよ。
She's shouting now. Okay. I guess I actually angered her.
よくもまあ、前置きやためらいも何もなくあんなことできますね。
I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore from now on.
いえ、別にしなくていいわけでもなくて、
I thought you didn't like it.
喜んでる自分に変になってるんですよ。
Oh, I see. Your face totally looks like you're angry at me now. She takes a couple of deep breaths, then her shoulders sag.
もう口の周りがベトベトになっちゃった。しかも私変な方向に目覚めてきている気がするし。
You mean you're getting more interested in sexual things? That's great!
もう
She pounds on my chest, but as usual, it doesn't hurt. Worry.
笑いながら謝っても説得力ないんです。
I surrender, really. I'm sorry. Getting tired, she lowers her arms and heaves a sigh.
喉が渇いた。
Once in a while, when I soda, I can feed it to you, mouth to mouth.
全く反省していないというか、炭酸飲料でそんなことされてもむせるだけですよ。
Glaring at me, she snatches my bottle of Tansan and starts chugging it, guggling it down. Seriously though, go in. I'm still smiling, but I want her to know I mean it.
構いませんよ。いや、構うけど構わないというか。
I really can't stop smiling. Natsuyasumi is great.
誠さんの頭の中が夏休みしてるだけじゃないですか。
She turns to face me. What is it? I thought she was going to say something, but she just looks at me quietly, so I speak first.
いえ、幸せな時って急にこんな時間がいつまで続くんだろうなって思いません？
You know what? I actually hate this feeling. You know, like you're in the middle of something, 3 a.m., and then suddenly you stop and you just pause and, oh shit, this is not gonna last, is it? Maybe once in a while. But our happiness is going to last a long, long time, Hotaru.
そうだ。いえ、そうですね。
She twirls her parasol, slowly and only once.
午後からはこの辺りも賑やかになりそうですね。あの花畑へ行きませんか？
Oh, sure.
少しお話ししたいことがあるんです。正確にはお話ししてほしいことがあるなんですけど。
Me?
はい。
She starts walking, and I follow her. Hotaru stands before me, surrounded by a blooming of nature's finest colors.
思い出を話してほしいんです。ホタルと誠さんの思い出。
What? Right now?
今だからこそ。
She looks at me expectantly, a calm smile on her face. Hotaru. I start to ask why she wants me to do this, but then I decide not to. The summer sunlight, the white parasol, the flower garden, and in the center, my Hotaru. All of them are so beautiful. And so I don't need a reason. It all started about a month ago. I begin to tell her the story of our lives together so far. I tell her the time Kokoro introduced us, our first meeting. I tell her the time I was shocked to discover that my kotodama didn't work on her. I tell her the time we went to school to get me enrolled. I tell her of the promise I made to her that same evening under the setting sun, that I would make everyone happy. I tell her the time she came to my classroom with Kokoro to have lunch with me in Mana. I tell her the time she spent with Suzuka on the lakeshore one day. I tell her the time I was trapped in Mana's empty world and she came and found me. And I tell her now when she stands before me as my lover.
結構いろいろとあったんですね。
She smiles gently, but this time I can't bring myself to smile in return. And there was one more time that I didn't tell her of. It was on the day which ended with Azagi-san's sudden hospitalization. Hotaru had called me on the phone in the afternoon, sounding incredibly vulnerable. I rushed to school and searched everywhere until she finally relented and revealed herself to me. And then, in the classroom, we made love for the first time. Now I'm sure of it. Hotaru told me she would forget that evening. And although I don't know why, she truly doesn't remember it at all.
誠さん
Her smile fades at my silent gaze. She's a very sharp girl, but this time there's no way she can know what I'm thinking. Still, she can guess at the broad outlines.
何かあえて話さなかったことがあるんですか？ホタルが知っていなければいけない私たちにとっての大きな思い出がそうなんですね。
I answer with only a barely perceptible nod. I've said this a few times, but I know you have a secret. I've known it for a long time. I assume it's some kind of problem that you're trying to resolve on your own. Of course, I would have forced you to tell me about it. I want to respect your wishes. At least, that's what I thought. I take a breath. But, and I've said this before too, if you do tell me what you need, I may be able to make it happen.
神様だから
No, because we're koibito. Now, it's not just your problem, it's our problem. So let me say this. Hotaru, I want you to tell me more about your soul. That's my nagai.
そうですね。
She begins to pace slowly around the nearest patch of flowers. Her face is overcast, and she's thinking deeply. I watch her as she walks. It's a beautiful scene. In the blue of the sky, and the green of the earth. Wait. Why did it automatically auto-move? I don't know what happened there. I didn't even click that. Let me read that again. Okay. Let me go to next. I wasn't wrong to compare her to a bird, but it's not just her appearance that's beautiful. Her heart is too. It's so weird the game just started doing that.
私たちか
Suddenly she breaks her silence.
誠さんちょっと試しに私に言霊を使ってもらってもいいですか？
Even though we both know it won't work,
ええ念のため聞かないことを確かめたくて
I'm sure any command would be good enough, but I choose deliberately. Close your eyes.
それは思わず従いたくなる魅力的な命令ですね。チューしたいの？
Her smile is making her eyes half-lidded already, but it's clear she hasn't actually closed them. Nope, doesn't work.
そうですね。
She stands on tiptoe, reaches her hand toward my face. I don't stop her. Just like she did once before, Hotaru covers my eyes with one hand and leans in. I kiss like a peck of a sparrow.
誠さん、今日は何曜日？
It's Friday.
そう。 ましょう。
Why yoru?
11時55分。日付が変わる前に。そこで何もかもお話しします。
Why not now?
その時でなければ言葉だけでは伝わらないこともあるから。あなたに合わせたい人間もいるし。
Still facing me, she takes a few steps backward.
先週のホタルは今週のホタルにあなたへの思いを託してくれた。だから私も次のホタルに生きる意味を託さなければいけないと思うの。
A reason to live? It seems like a non sequitur, but I'm sure there's meaning in everything she says.
そう。例えば今日はできないことでも明日ならできるかもしれない。明日できなくても明後日ならしあさってならって。今日はできないことを素直に認めて諦めないで、未来の自分のために今の自分が頑張ればきっと願いは叶う。それはとても素晴らしいことでしょ。だから
A smile blooms on her face.
私はここまでたくさんの素敵な思い出を。ありがとう誠さん。
Wait, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. For the last 2 days, I avoided meeting him. I spent them walking around this town, where I was born and grew up. I spent them chatting with my friends on the Ketai. I spent them reminiscing. Now, finally, the fateful moment approaches. The sun has already set as I make my way to visit it. It lies limp on the bed, not saying a word. As I stare at it, it stares back at me. There's no greeting between us, no small talk. In anticipation of what's to come, I take out my saifu and ketai and place them on the bedside table. And today, I brought my seifuku as well. As I prepare, it watches me intently from the bed. Silence. On one of Makoto-san's village, a silent kotodama users felt like this. The silence is oppressive. In the end, I'm the first to break.
彼が来るよ。
Its eyes widen slightly in interest. With those two words, it immediately understands what I'm doing, as well it should. It coughs a few times, then twists its mouth into a smile.
それは楽しみだ。何もかもがあなたの思い通りになるとはなるさ。
It interrupts you with a laugh.
そうでなければお前の存在価値がない。ゴミくずの人形なんだ。そのくらい役に立ってもらわないと。
I search for something to say and come up empty. Things are going exactly how she wanted them to, exactly according to her keikaku. And though I hate to admit it, things will probably continue to go her way from now on. But still, I feel sorry for her. I, the one he loved. And so, I can't help but chuckle.
何？
Finding my laughter unexpected, it looks at me perplexed.
なんでもない。
I can't have expected I'd be able to feel pity for it. Pity that it never knew true love.
私は彼を知っている。あなたは知らない。それだけ。考えていることがどれだけ正しかったとしても、 経験してみるって大事なことだよ。
Is our Hotaru some sort of astral projection, but physically? Huh. It narrows his eyes coldly. I could feel its hatred. Amatori, did you know that? I can fly freely, high in the sky. You're a Tori too, but you live in the Torikago.
死ね。行くわ。さようなら。
Saying sayonara to the thing on the bed, I set out for the field of flowers, and my last thirst with him. It's time. I get up from my bed, checking the clock on my ketai. The time is 11:30 p.m. I'm taking a bath and change into my yukata. I guess there's no need for me to wear jeans and a t-shirt. I sneak out of the front door and into the street outside. It's been quite a while since the sun set, but the night air is still warm and damp. Of course, I don't mind that. This is how Natsu is supposed to be. There isn't anyone else out on the street at this time, but from the brightly lit windows all around, I can sense the bustle of human life. I look up at the second floor of our house. It's quite late, but the lights are still on in Kokoro and Mana's room. Well, it is Natsuyasumi. A smile rises to my lips. I can just imagine Kokoro bugging a sleeping Mana to play more games with her or something. It's a warm place. This house. My house. The house where my Kazuko lives. Looking back at it fondly and knowing I'll return soon, I start walking. That's a very interesting statement about like he has to say it out loud, knowing I'll return soon. It's a flag, you know. Even the busiest streets during the day become quiet and empty at night. Leaving the silent town behind, I arrive at the lake shore. There's nobody here either. But the quiet lives. And there's sound here. The sound of the wind rising waves on the surface of the lake. The sound of insects chirping in the dark. The dry rustling sounds of the stones and grass. Nature is surprisingly talkative. I don't want to interrupt, so I walk quietly through the night. When I arrive at the garden, Hotaru is already there. She's looking up at the moon and doesn't immediately notice my presence. All around her, Hotaru are flying slowly through the air. After stopping for a moment to admire the sight, I call out to her. Hotaru. She jumps. Konbanwa.
こんばんは。全然気づかなかった。
My presence can be pretty faint, though maybe not as much as yours.
そうですね。
It feels kind of magical to be meeting like this in the middle of the night.
夏休みだから平気ですよ。
That's true. Hashikani. And there was school tomorrow, and I was out this late. I'd probably oversleep.
いやー、12時なら別にそこまで遅いとは思いませんけど。
That's because you're young. When you get to my age. Anyway, she looks up at me a little exasperated. So, why not to rush you or anything, but why here and why now? I thought long and hard about why she specified this time and place, but I couldn't figure it out. So at this point, it's easier to just ask her. She smiles and replies.
論より証拠、百聞は一見にしかずみたいなことわざ、誠さんたちの里にもあったのかな。
Sure, but I don't think I've ever used them.
まあ、論も文も会話を禁止していたなら無意味か。
She nods cutely, amused by the thought.
私、携帯を持っていないのですが、今何時ですか？
It's 11:55. I checked the time on my kedai.
約束通りですね。じゃあこのまま5分待ちましょう。
Is something going to happen at midnight?
シンデレラの魔法が解けるんです。知っていますか？シンデレラ。
I've heard of it.
それなら鐘の音を待つんです。
She doesn't say anything more. I wait silently beside her and start counting the seconds in my head. 1, 2, 3. It's a strange thing. Back in the village, doing nothing for 5 minutes was easy, but now it feels like an eternity. But before midnight arrives, Hotaru begins to speak after all.
本当は
The words escape her mouth, one at a time.
本当はちゃんと話をして説明してからの方がいいんだろうけど、でも悲しいお別れになるのは嫌なだけなんだ。
The words keep coming. They're like tiny raindrops, a little drizzle. Our goodbye. She doesn't answer. And there's a faraway look in her eyes, as if she's seeing somewhere other than here.
思い残したこともほとんどないし、私は誠さんの最初に恋人になったホタルでたくさん笑って愛してもらって十分に思い出をもらっちゃったし、未練があるとしたらもう一回くらいエッチしてもよかったかな。
You know what? Suddenly I remembered Makoto's dying thoughts in the hospital. One time, he was like, you know, I had sex with Kokoro and Hotaru. Man, I wish I had sex with Kyoko. Anyway, let's go back here.
でもちょっと物足りないくらいの方が楽しい時間の終わりとしてはいいんじゃないかなって思うの。
What are you talking about? My expression is grave as I press her for answers. I have a very bad feeling about this, because I've heard this kind of speech before. This is the way Azuki-san talked in her hospital bed when she was speaking of her own approaching death. But then,
時間だ。
slowly she walks a few steps away, then turns around to face me again.
ほら、鐘の音が聞こえる。
Hotaru drift to and from in the summer night air. Their pale green light illuminates the girl whose namesake they are, and she holds out both of her hands in front of her.
これが私の秘密。
So, very similar. I guess she's like a more powerful Suzuka, I guess. I don't know the better adjective, but like you know what I mean. Like she's a more potent, more potent version of Suzuka. Except that the original Hotaru is also alive, and well, she looks like she's dying. And anyway,
気配くらいは察していたでしょ。
at first I don't know what she's talking about. Nothing seems to be happening, so I wonder whether this is all a joke. But then I realize that her hands are faintly glowing. It's as if Hotaru are collecting in her cup palms, but they're not. No, her hands themselves are glowing. Soon the glow spreads to the rest of her body. I've seen this before. I've seen this before. How could I ever forget? Suzuka, the girl whose life was born from Kotodama. By the way, they're also playing the same BGM, so it helps with recall. This was how her life quietly and peacefully ended. That day at the lake shore. Doshite! I'm shocked beyond belief. Unlike Suzuka, I didn't create Hotaru with my kotodama. Wait, could Mana have... No, that doesn't make sense either. There is another kotodama user somewhere. Who could...
ほらね、
She smiles, interrupting my racing thoughts.
もしもこれを言葉で教えてしまったら、誠さんが悲しむ時間が長引いちゃうから。
Hotaru! I call out her name. Her fingers are already beginning to blur.
ありがとう、誠さん。
No, don't!
やめて。
Her shout cuts short my kotodama.
ダメ。私を救おうとしちゃダメ。
I'm taking less screenshots. Transfixed by her desperately pleading gaze, I can't bring myself to try again. I've never seen her this emotional, this agitated before.
これはこの後あなたが向き合うことになる人間への準備として絶対に必要なことなの。私が選んだ結果なの。私を思い出にするのはいいけど後悔にはしないで。
At some point, tears begin welling up in her eyes, but her courageous expression hasn't changed at all. If only she had broken down in tears, I would have been able to speak my kotodama.
大事なことを忘れないで。私が好きなあなた自身を無駄にはしないで。一つの命を救うために一つの命を失うだなんて、そんなことは何の答えになっていない。誠さんは最初あずきさんを助けるために自分の命を捨てようとしたんでしょ。でもその後同じように鈴鹿ちゃんを救うために死のうとした京子さんを止めたんでしょ。思い出にとらわれていた愛菜ちゃんを救ったんでしょ。何もかもあなたが生きていたからこそなんだよ。あなたがここにいるからこそなの。
She's right. I stopped Kyoko, choosing her life over Suzuka's. And realistically, I don't have enough power left in me to save one more life anyway. Everyone has been telling me to save my strength from now on. But nonetheless, my heart is shouting to her, don't disappear! Even if Hotaru before me is a temporary existence, my heart is screaming at me, not to lose her. I bite my lip hard enough to make it bleed, struggling to keep my eyes on her face without opening my mouth.
大丈夫。これは普通なら終わりなんだろうけど、私の場合は始まりになるの。あなたはゆっくりとでも前に進んでいる。後悔していることもあるだろうけど、私があなたの選んだ答えを信じてあげる。だからあなた自身が生きていなきゃいけない。それが私の願いでもあるの。
Her words are becoming strained. The glow enveloping her has already grown so strong that she seems like she could disappear at any moment. She takes a breath.
脱線しちゃった。あんまり時間がないから言うことは言っておかないと。これからあなたは一人の人間と会うことになる。私を生み出した人に。その人は誠さんが今まで出会ったことのない悪意を持っているの。どういう悪意かは説明できない。それはただただ人間のエゴそのものだから、そもそも説明する必要もないほど誠さんはその相手のことを知っている。だからその相手の言うことに惑わされて間違った答えを
Her voice falters. And this is seen like an intentional pause. She looks down at her own body.
やっぱり怖いな。消えるの。
She murmurs only those words. They're aimed not at me, but at herself. Hotaru.
あはは。大丈夫。また会えるから。意外とすぐだと思うよ。また会いましょう。私が言うのもおかしいけど、ホタルを愛してあげてね。
She smiles softly, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek.
何度生まれ変わっても、私はあなたに恋をするから。
And then, Hotaru's entire body turns to light and slowly scatters. Millions, billions of tiny Hotaru spread away into the night air. But at the center of each is nothing but light. The light of light itself. The light gathers around me. It envelopes my unconsciously outstretched hands, swirling around my fingers as if to tickle them. Round and round it swirls, just like the swirling of a white parasol. But soon the light seems to lose its sense of purpose, and the countless glowing particles begin to drift aimlessly in the air. I watch as the wind carries them out, over the lake to the other side, where they finally disappear. I'm left standing silently in the field alone. I've seen this before. I knew what was going to happen. That's how I managed to watch it without breaking down. But my heart feels totally empty. What there was a being that had been created by some person. And I'm going to meet them soon. Malice. I'll see her again soon. I jump at the sudden sound. I almost start to panic. Then I realize it's the sound of Oketai. Since it doesn't stop after one repetition, it means someone's calling me. I assume someone at home is calling, worried that I'm out so late. I don't feel like talking to them now, but I look at the Oketai anyway. I freeze. It says, Minazuki Hotaru. A phone call from the person who I just saw disappear before my very eyes. A phone call from beyond the grave. The ringing doesn't stop. Am I having a nightmare? I answered the call. As I do so, I notice that my fingers are trembling.
こんばんは、誠さん。
It's Hotaru's voice. Her voice sounds completely normal. What the hell? This is no mere nightmare. It's something far worse. As I'm left speechless in confusion, the voice on the other end of the line continues.
ホタルが消えるのを目にしましたか？
Hi. I saw you disappear, all right.
では、病院へ来てください。彼女がそこで待っています。
As directed, I walked back from the lake into town and made my way into the byoin. Well, maybe walked is the wrong word. Stumbling would be more accurate. The whole time it felt like everything about Natsu, everything about the world was about to crumble before me. Finally, I find Hotaru waiting for me near the reception desk. For some reason, she's wearing her seifuku. Something very wrong is happening here. But my brain has almost entirely given up on thinking right now. Hotaru.
いろいろなことに驚いているでしょうが、説明するのは私からではないんです。
As she looks at me, she raises one hand to indicate a nearby corridor.
この廊下を道なりにまっすぐ進んで、奥から2番目の部屋へ。
As I recall, that's the opposite direction from all the patient wards, including where Azuki-san was staying. What's there?
彼女が待っています。
I can't use my Kotodawa to force an answer out of Hotaru. So if the answer lies in the room she mentioned, I have no choice but to go there. I begin to walk. I notice that Hotaru is staying behind near the reception desk. Her expression is very sad. I can only assume she's not coming with me. Well, that's fine with me. All I have to do is walk forward. And there's one thing I'm really good at, is continuously walking forward. The byoin at night is very still. With nothing to drown it out, the echoes of my footsteps ring out in my ears, loud in my ears. As they bounce off the walls of the long corridor, I feel as if there are others walking before or behind me, somewhere in the darkness. After some time, the end of the hallway comes into view. I open the second door from the back, and there I finally meet her. The crystallization of humans' true nature, which Hotaru had warned me about. The woman who I will soon, for the first time in my life, want to kill. And the real Amatsumi has now begun. Or some shit like that. All right, let's keep going. It's a byoin room, but there are a few things that are different about it. I look around while I watch for my eyes to adjust to the gloom. At first, I think the owner of the room is sleeping and has turned on the lights. Then, I see there's no lighting on the ceiling at all. This must be how dark it always is in here. There is an elegant table, and around it, an assortment of unopened gift boxes, and an empty cake box, and a water bottle. That doesn't look like a water bottle, that's a tea bottle. Anyway, they look so carelessly scattered that I have to assume they're garbage. But the most attention grabbing thing in the room is the large four-poster bed, ill suited to a hospital setting. The owner of the room must be in there. Besides my eyes, my nose also tells me something about this room. There's a sweet scent in the air. The scent of a woman. But the sweetness of the scent reminds me of a rotten, festering fruit.
いつまで突っ立っているつもり？
Without any warning, a voice emanates from the bed. Whoever is speaking is hidden behind the curtains, but the voice seems somehow familiar.
聞こえなかったの？
The voice isn't even attempting to hide its displeasure. I approach the bed, and then I see the woman. My first impression of her is darkness. Is this fucking Kingdom Hearts all over again? Anyway. Wearing a Western-looking dress, or perhaps a camisole, she leans back listlessly against a large pillow. She looks petite and frail, but I'm taken aback by the permeating sharpness of her glare. No, wait. I almost didn't notice because of her wasted limbs, her long, messy hair, and the different look in her eyes, but she's... Hotaru?
そう。私が水月ホタル。ようやく会えたわね。
It's like the sound of metal sparking against metal. For a second, I glance at the direction of the reception desk. Hotaru is there, wearing her seifuku. And there's the Hotaru I remember. The Hotaru I'll never forget, who turned into light and disappeared amongst the flowers. Are there 3 different Hotarus? What's going on?
何？あの人形。ちゃんと事情まで説明しなかったの？
The girl who looks like Hotaru becomes even more displeased upon hearing my question. Are you... twins? Triplets?
違う！
The girl who looks like Hotaru suddenly shouts.
水月ホタルは私だけよ。私がホタルなの。ああ、畜生。ココロンと友達で私として生きてきたのは私だけなのに。
The Hotaru I know did always display a kaleidoscope of emotions in her face, but this girl's words and emotions are all over the place. The one thing I do understand though, if this girl says she's Minazuki Hotaru, and that the Hotaru I know turned into light and disappeared, then just like how Kyoko created Suzuka, the Hotaru I know must have been created by this Hotaru.
役立たずどもめ。
She curses and then coughs. I frown at the dull sound. Are you sick or something?
当たり前じゃない。ここは病院なのよ。
This Hotaru has no patience for him being a retard. She answers me in an irritated tone, but immediately starts smiling.
ガンよ。と一口に言っても、普通の人がイメージできるのは、テレビや漫画で目にするようなわかりやすい作り物の姿でしょうね。
Yeah, Caster doesn't look nice in real life. That's all I'm gonna say.
白血病だの、投薬治療で髪の毛の抜けた姿だの。現実は、ガンだと知る当日まで元気にしていて、風邪だと思ったら末期ガンで、そのまま死ぬ人間だっているのよ。
Now she frowns again.
10万人に1人の確率。病院の娘が滑稽な奇跡を引き当てたわけ。私の場合、異常に気づいたのは春で、いつ、どこが最初で、どう転移したのかわからないくらい、すでにいろいろな臓器がやられてた。
Wait, so it hasn't been that long, but I mean, she caught the news like probably just a month or 2 ago, and then anyway, let's continue for now. Why did it
頭の中に大きな時限爆弾を抱え込んで、脳の使われていない何かが狂って力を得た。とか理由をつけても。
I don't know why the game just suddenly started to skip.
投薬治療で髪の毛の抜けた姿。現実は、ガンだと知る当日まで元気にしていて、風邪だと思ったら末期ガンで、
Now she frowns
そのま
again.
ま死ぬ人間だ。10万人に。私の場合、今は、脳や脊髄にも腫瘍ができてる。
By the way, I really don't know why.
すでに手遅れというより、むしろどんな治療もできず手のつけようがない状態で、なぜ生きているのかわからないほど。
I don't know why the game started pressing auto.
まあ、私の奇跡はそこから先に起こったのだけれど、
Seki.
私はね、行きたかったの。
She's still looking in my direction, but she's no longer looking at me. Her eyes are out of focus, and yet deep in their pupils, a dark fire is burning. That's when I realized that the cuddly sweet yet rotten smell is coming directly from her body.
この暗い部屋で死に追いかけられながら必死に願った。死にたくない、死にたくない、生きたい。ああ、元気な姿に戻って生きたい。苦しいほどに願ったわ。そうしたら、ある日、目の前に私がいた。理由も何もない。ただ、いたのよ。もう一人の自分が。私と同じ知識と記憶と望んだ通りの健康な姿そのもので。ふざけた奇跡を。私は治せと願ったのであって、私を増やせだなんて思ってもいなかったのに。
She opens her eyes wide as she laughs, as her laugh reverberates around the room. I frown at the dark turbidity of her voice. My instincts as a Kotodama user tell me to cover my ears. Such is its power. But I understand. I'm the one of the few who can. This girl has the power of an alien nature. It's similar to mine, yet somehow different. On the brink of death, you somehow stepped off the path of humanity and became like us.
そうね。あなたが現れたおかげで自分の力にも納得がいった。
Bruh, it wasn't that long. Like.
ああ、同類がいるのなら、私は一人で狂ったのではないと、喜んだわ。まあ、頭の中に大きな次元爆弾を抱え込んで、脳の使われていない何かが狂って力を得た。とか理由をつけてもいいわ。
And so the other Hotaru was born. She's the one I know, who lives in the outside world.
そう。わけがわからなかったけれど、そいつは私だから何食わぬ顔で元の生活を始めたの。このベッドで貼り付けにされているオリジナルの私以外、世界は何も変わらなかったのよ。
So that's why Kokoro, Asagi-san, and everyone else never knew about this Hotaru's existence and her situation. Then the other Hotaru met me. The power to create another being identical to oneself. I don't find it difficult to accept the existence of such a power. If anything, I can accept it more easily than most people. My Kotodama can imbue my words with the power of my Tamashi. Kyoko can see beyond the veil of death into the world of spirits and was able to create Suzuka. Mana was able to create a blizzard in the middle of the summer. Yes, special powers that can bend, twist, and crush the world definitely exist. And certain people attain these powers, whether they desire it or not. And why wouldn't they? Who would think to ask if they had the power to move their arms and legs, or why they can see? And so what? I'm sorry to hear all that, but so what? What does any of this have to do with me? What do you want from me? My heart feels cold in my chest. She may be who Hotaru is based on, and she may look exactly like her, but in the end, she's a stranger to me. She's just some woman. I want to go back to the reception desk and talk to the Hotaru wearing the seifuku. My Hotaru. This woman can cry and scream all she wants. Why would I care?
話はここからよ。
She laughs as if she finds my question absolutely hilarious.
あなた、神なんでしょ？だったら、私を直しなさい。
I see. Compared to all the other stuff she said, this wish is very, very simple. And it's a natural request to make of me. If you've heard of various things I've done in this town. However, that's not happening. I answer her without hesitation. I don't have enough life force left in me to save another person, and even if I did, I had no reason or desire to save you. If you know about what happened when I saved Azuki-san, you should know that. Oh.
でしょうね。
Oh, that's certainly. From what I've seen of her so far, I expected her to shout with rage, but it's almost creepy how easily she backs down. Then her mouth twists into a smile.
だからこそ、あなたが必死になって私を救いたくなるように、人質を用意したのよ。
Hostage?
バカじゃないの？少しは頭を使いなさいよ。
She practically spits at me.
私が死ねば、あなたが知るホタルも消えるのよ。私が、水無月ホタルなんだから。
それは I realize what she means, and I begin to feel disturbed. He doesn't. He really is not the brightest guy. But I shake my head. No, wait. The Hotaru just now, outside. She was the Hotaru I knew too.
あの出来損ないの人形どもが、本当なら私のいるべき場所で、元気な姿で動き回っていることを、私が許すとでも思ったの？あいつらは、1週間の命なのよ。
A week?
そうよ。1週間ごと、シンデレラの魔法の鐘みたいに、日曜日の12時に消えて、また新しくここで生まれるの。笑えるわよ。最初にその時間制限に気づいたあの人形どもが、どんな顔をしたかを知ったら。
The Hotaru I knew was created by this woman as a different person every single week. The woman laughs at me as I struggle to understand what I'm hearing.
あなたの出会ったホタルの持つ記憶や経験は、すべて私にあるものだけ。だからあれには、定期的に私に周囲の出来事を報告させていたの。だけれど、バカみたいな反抗心や、なけなしのプライドで、私に隠し事をすることもあった。
I mean, obviously, if you're the kind of person considering they're all based on the person that you are right now, obviously, they also eventually develop the same negative tendencies as they do.
ああ、私だけの思い出が欲しい。私だけの体験が欲しい。なんてね。あのバカ人形どもは。だから次のホタルが戸惑うこともあったかも。覚えがあるんじゃない？誠さん、先週ホタルに真剣に告白したんですか？そういうことですか。先週のホタルが。あれが私に写真ですらあなたの顔を見せようとしなかったせいで、毎度顔がわからなかったりね。まあ、ココロンと一緒にいる男か、他のすべての顔を知っていれば、消去法ですぐわかると思っていたんだろうけど。誠さん！どうもしません。ちょっと誠さんの顔を見に来ただけです。見ました。帰ります。
As I listen to this other Hotaru speak, I think back over the interactions I had with Hotaru recently. There have been times when her behavior was odd. There's no doubt about it. And so what? Okay, so the Hotaru I know is an artificial being, created anew every week, but she's still the only Hotaru I care about. This woman in front of me is not my Hotaru. Bro, use your brain! Nothing she said changes that. There's no problem at all. Wait. Is he finally realizing what's going on? That's when I realize the cruelty of it. Nothing this woman said changes anything for me, her, or other people. But what about from my Hotaru's perspective? My Hotaru wasn't just one Hotaru. She was a different person every week. And the most cruel thing of all is that each one of these Hotarus. Are you saying they experience that once every week?
それがどうしたのよ。
She confirms my awful revelation without any hesitation. I don't know why it took him ages to realize that. You know what? I finally understand the original Hotaru's perspective. She's like, this guy. Then she smiles thinly. I finally realized the meaning of that smile. It's a smile of brutality.
あなたのお気に入りは何人目？
Which one? The range and confusion is making it hard to think, but the memories float to the surface unbidden. The first Hotaru. And that was the Hotaru I met on the lakeshore when Kokoro was showing me around town.
はじめまして、誠さん。
Other than Kokoro, who became my kazoku, this Hotaru was the first female friend I made in town. She was the Hotaru who shocked me by being immune to my kotodama. She was the Hotaru who taught me the meaning of evil. The memories keep coming back. That was... yes, and that was a Sunday.
ちょっと真面目なこと言ったら疲れちゃった。今日は実はナーバスなの。
The first Hotaru only crossed paths with me one fateful time before quietly disappearing. And yes, the second Hotaru who lived during the following week. She's the one who started making a deeper impression in my heart.
あのね、もしよかったらなんだけど、ホタルのお願い聞いてくれないかな。誠さんはすごい力を持ってて、でもその使い道がないなら、それをみんなのために使ってあげて。みんなの笑顔と幸せを守ってあげて。それがお願い。約束。
She's the one to whom I made that promise as the sun set. On the way home from school after she helped me enroll there. And that was where it all began. When I was grappling with my relationship with Kokoro, she's the one who gave me gentle advice and encouragement. She's the one who kissed me in the middle of a busy classroom one day. But then...
一日の終わりに眠ると、その日の出来事の一切を忘れて、翌日目が覚めるんです。その翌日も眠ればまたその日のことを忘れる。そういう人生。無意味で無価値で無駄な命。
No, that's not true. My heart is shouting in protest. But even if I said that out loud, the second Hotaru is gone now and will never hear me. My memories are all I have left to spill my passion and regret upon. Back then, I had my hands full with Azuki-san and probably wouldn't have been able to save the second Hotaru if I had known. But still, I wish I had the chance to love you more.
あなたと出会ってからのこの1週間は、私にとって新しい日常の始まりでした。とても楽しかった。だから。
That's why, だから。
それ以上は言わないでください。先に言いますが、私は今日のことを忘れます。明日以降、学園で顔を合わせても、まるで今日のことがなかったかのように振る舞います。ホタルは嘘がうまいから、今日のことがすべて 夢だったみたいに。絶対にそれを気にしないでください。でも後悔してるわけじゃないんですよ。むしろ幸せすぎて今日の思い出を宝物をしまった箱の中に閉じ込めておきたいんです。ありがとう、私に傷をくれて、私に会いに来てくれて。あなたに会えて私は幸せになれました。
And just like that, she too vanished. The waves of memory threatened to drag me under. After the second, there were many more Hotarus, and everyone was a loyal friend. During the trouble with Kyoko and Suzuka. During the trouble with Mana. Always. They smiled even as they suffered. Even while enduring their fear of death awaiting them on Sunday night, they still tried their best to help others. I remember all of them, and their brilliant smiles. Now the smile of the girl who first became my lover rises to my mind. The girl who loved to twirl her white parasol under the blue summer sky. The girl who was so happy to play with the newborn Koneko. The girl who, not 1 hour ago, dissolved into light and vanished before my eyes.
これからあなたは一人の人間と会うことになる。私を生み出した人に。その人は誠さんが今まで出会ったことのない悪意を持っているの。どういう悪意かは説明できない。それはただただ人間のエゴそのものだから、そもそも説明する必要もないほど誠さんはその相手のことを知っている。
By that, she meant this woman. This Minazuki Hotaru. A human being who wants to live and be happy, no matter what she has to sacrifice to do so.
何度生まれ変わっても私はあなたに恋をするから。
And my Hotaru, a hostage.
くったらない。
I'm snapped out of my reverie by the voice. Looking up, I see the thing with Hotaru's face, frowning at me from the darkness.
ちょっとつついただけで鬱陶しくてめめしい顔しちゃって。あんな出来の悪いデク人形どものことなんて思い出す必要はないでしょ。今目の前で死にかけている私がいるのよ。あなたが人の願いを叶える神様ならくだらないこと考えてないで私を助けなさいよ。
Wordless puppets. The phrase rings horribly in my ears. Seeing my reaction, the thing in front of me narrows its eyes.
ああ、何？そんなに気に障るようなことだったの？あいにく、あの人形どもは、あなたのことになると報告を渋るから、何があったのか私は詳しくは知らないの。そのくせ、どう状況が変わっても、何度繰り返しても、あなたを好きになるみたいね。滑稽だわ。
Not puppets! The words stumble out of my mouth so strongly that they almost become a kotodama. They laugh. They cry. They suffered. They rejoice. They lived their hearts out. Each and every one of them was a flesh and blood human being. Exactly what I left the village to find. But the thing in front of me only smiles wider the angrier I get, as if it can't hold back its mirth.
いい年をした男がそこまでお人形さん遊びにはまってしまったの？私こそがあなたと同じ存在なのに、あの出来損ないどもにとって私こそが神なのよ。
My breathing stops. My blood rushes to my head. My vision flashes white. Rage. For the first time in my life, I feel pure, unadulterated rage towards another person. In the past, I felt rage at my own failures and faults. But compared to what I feel now, that kind of rage feels like a cool summer breeze. With this rage fresh in my heart, I will kill her. Under my baleful glare, Hotaru is lying sullenly on her bed, kicking her arms and legs and laughing uproariously. Shine. No, this isn't Hotaru at all. Shine. I don't want to hear a single word out of her mouth. Shine. I know my kotodama doesn't work on Hotaru, and I don't care. I'll do it anyway. I realize I'm about to cross a fatal line. I can understand that rationality even in this moment. Yet my voice is about to force itself out of my throat. But then,
じゃあ試しにもう一つホタルに言ってみてほしい言葉があるんだけど、死ねって言って。ごめんね。冗談でも言えないよね。
I somehow managed to swallow the curse before I speak it. Because I was able to remember how I failed to speak it once before. She's no longer in this world, but that Hotaru is still saving me from myself even now. And yet,
私は知ってるのよ。
this woman with Hotaru's face will keep shrieking her words at me as long as I don't stop her. She's a crystal of human malice.
あなたの言霊はあの人形どもに通じないのでしょ。
What's your point? I narrow my eyes in disgust. Surely she senses my murderous rage, but it only makes her smile grow wider, as if to be hated is an unexpected blessing.
わからないの？いいえ、わかっていないはずがない。わからないならバカでクズよ。わかっていなくてもわかっているはずよ。
Her gleeful laugh seems so loud that it must be audible from outside the building. I start to feel sick. Never before in my life have I despised the sight of a smile on someone's face. When I saw someone smiling, my heart would grow warm, and just like a mirror, I started to smile too. Yes, just like a mirror. But that thing's smile is nauseating. Its laugh makes me want to plug my ears. Don't laugh! Unable to bear it any longer, I shout. Oh, she is affected by Kotodama. Instantly, the laughter disappears. As certainly the target, my Kotodama sees on face. Well, I'm the one who's surprised. My Kotodama actually worked? I mean, obviously, you're talking to the real person, because the other ones were spirits. Astral projects. I don't even know what the hell you call them, but Hotaru. Let's just call them Hotaru, man. They have a name. It shouldn't work on Hotaru. But if it does, then maybe I can kill her after all. As I stare at her in shock, the other Hotaru brings her hands to her face as if to check what expression is on it.
なるほど。これが言霊。私を救う力なのね。
She laughs. How? At first, I was surprised that she stopped laughing, and now I'm surprised that she started laughing a second time. It really is. It's kind of hard for me because I know that our self-insert is a retard Baxter, but holy shit, man. Jesus. How are you able to laugh again? A Kotodama with that level of emotion put into it should have stopped a normal person from laughing or even smiling for a week. That's how much I hate her laugh. So how? Okay, so the Kotodama does work on her, but it's not as strong on her. I mean, for someone who's capable of making some sort of some astral projection of Hotaru, you know.
そう。
The other Hotaru exhales deeply. Okay, no, there's two. It's either it's because she also has a power, because she has powers herself, or it's because it's just proof of his life force being so weak that he can't do, you know.
あなたの力が弱まったなら、もっと前に自分で気づいたはず。言霊は使う人間の魂を削って言葉に乗せ、相手の魂に影響を与えるか。つまり受け取る側の私の魂、命が弱すぎて 100% の効果が出ないのね。
Oh, that's also okay. That explanation makes better sense. She mumbles, thinking. She must be talking to herself, but what she says sounds convincing. My Hotaru, who shares a face with her, would have noticed these kinds of things and shared them with me if she were here. No, I'm not saying this woman is Hotaru. But like Hotaru, she guesses what I'm missing and fills in the gaps for me.
だから言ったでしょ。私だけが唯一の水無月蛍なのよ。私の魂はここにある。だからもう分かっているでしょ。最後まで言葉にしてあげないと認められない。
My cheek twitches as she holds back her laughter, then shouts.
あなたの言霊があれに通じないのなら、他の誰でもない私でもない、あなたの言霊が、あなたがあのデク人形に魂なんてないって証明しているの。
I hold my breath as my shock surpasses even my rage. That's the answer. I can't deny it. And that's the reason why my Kotodama never worked in her.
王子様、魔法は12時の鐘の音とともに溶けてしまうのよ。急いで急いで。おかしい。あのお人形をしばらく貸し与えてあげる。せいぜい次の日曜日まで遊んでいればいいんだわ。二人で神妙な顔をして大丈夫だよって笑い合って、つまらない愛情を確かめて、最後の思い出に慰め合って、ロマンチックに苦しめばいいのよ。水無月蛍が大事な存在だと思い知りなさい。なんてふざけるな、バカじゃないの。そんなことしたってどうせ何もできやしない。私を救う以外に蛍を助ける道はないのよ。私が水無月蛍なの。あんなデク人形が、私がこんなところにいるのに、なんで元気にうろちょろしてるんだよ。急ぎなさいよ。とっとと私を救え。私を助けたらいくらでもあなたの恋人として付き合ってあげるわよ。セックスしたいならさせてあげるわよ。
Man, it's so pitiful. I don't feel anger at her. Like, personally, I feel like, I think about like the astral projections of Hotaru. Like, if they have more than like a lifespan of more than like a week, you know, and they go through the same kind of experiences this original Hotaru or whatever the fuck. I mean, the original Hotaru, okay? They'd end up like this, you know. That's what I believe, man. That's what I believe. So that's why I feel very pitiful about this Hotaru, man. It hurts me. Like, this is the Hotaru. I'm pretty sure that the Hotaru that we all love is going to end up like this if they had the same set of experiences, man. That's why The story right now, they're trying so hard to make you angry, you know. But I feel different because my brain realizes that this is still. I mean, all the Hotarus that gain their 1 week lifespan will have their memories, will have everything based on this Hotaru at this current state, right? So therefore, you know. Anyway. After shouting incoherently at length, Hotaru starts to cough. The cough continues for a while. They're deep, hacking coughs that sound like they're echoing from the depths of hell. My brain isn't working very well right now for many reasons, but now I fully understand that she's going to die. So she won't last much longer. Though her disease is different back in the village. Back in the village during the epidemic, anyone coughing like that ended up dead shortly afterwards. Kotodama does work on her. I could erase her memory. Or I could try to set her twisted heart straight again. Remove the...
ああ、おバカさん。言霊で私をどうこうしようと考えているのでしょう。
But she sees through even that.
無駄よ。無駄。
I mean, she did explain just now that because her soul is weak, anyway.
私しか水月蛍はいないのだから、私を救うしか水月蛍を救う手はない。
Am I confused with what they were talking about? I mean, she misinterpreted what Makoto is thinking, because he's already thinking about like, wait, I could just erase her memory so she could turn into the Hotaru that I know, you know. But I also accept the explanation that it probably wouldn't even work unless he gave her some life force and then did that. I mean, but that's also a solution, man. Just bring her back to the state where she's mentally sane. I don't know. Shut up. Damare. Stop laughing. Almost unconsciously, I shout at Kotodama yet again. As weak as it is, I can feel my katana activating against her soul. And yet... Yeah, no doubt about it. It wouldn't work unless he gives her some life force, because her life force is so weak now. Actually, both of them have very weak life forces right now.
無駄なのよ。分かっていれば、私にはあなたの言霊は通じない。
Wait, what do you mean expected? So there's... Okay.
私の魂の質は、そこらのクズどもとは違うのよ。あなたに叶えられるのは、私が望む願いだけ。私も神よ。
Then immediately her face goes blank and her laughter stops. The sudden shift is eerie. No, maybe it's like a delayed effect. She limply holds out one hand and shakes it as if to shoo me away.
下がりなさい。どうせ今のあなたでは何も決められない。今日の謁見はここまでよ。
And just like that, as if I'm already gone, the woman slumps back onto her bed and becomes still. I shake my head and turn to leave. How far can I trust what she said? It's true. The Hotaru is waiting for me outside this room, so there's nothing I can do right now. Rage wasn't the only emotion I felt for the first time in my life today. What I'm feeling now is probably defeat. But she's wrong and she thinks I'm incapable of deciding on anything yet. I'm a Kagami. She's lying on top of a bed of hatred and revulsion that she has created. I have 1 week, so I've already decided in my heart. I'm going to... Alright guys, this is where they I'm actually aware that you get a second option, but you have to go through this one first. So we go start doing the normal route, and then we do the true route after we finish the normal route. All right, I'm going to call it in here. We're actually halfway during the recording. I actually fell asleep, and it's already morning, so it's a Friday to get ready for work and all that sort of thing. But I'll yeah. We're gonna continue again later. We're gonna get started with the normal ending first. I don't know how long this is going to be. I mean, they made an effort to have a second opening, so I can imagine like the whole normal ending sequence is long, and then we're gonna go do the true ending. Anyway, that's it for now. I mean, sorry, I was about to say that's it for today, but it's the following day later. After so that's it for now. Later I'm gonna get started with the normal ending. I don't know how long it is. It might be as long as long as a route, but it's gonna be a long weekend, so yeah. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.
1999年の7月終わらないんだよ。20日に世界が終わる。いい？今から飛ぶのよ。力を取り戻すために、世界を救うために。20日に世界が終わる。突然なんてありません。やっていていいのでしょうか。世界が生まれた時から定められたことなのです。
聞くがよい。世界は20日で終わるものだもよ。これは紛れもない真実だ。
全てを知り、そして全てを知らない間宮君が
昨日はしゃぎすぎた皆さん、レスキュー開始。モーニングレスキュー、モーニングレスキュー、モーニング。
辛いやつを救え、ウコンの力モーニングレスキュー。
補充しよう。